Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Curse of Strahd, Twice Bitten, the show where 5 DMs take on D&D's top Gothic horror campaign. I'm Dragnacarta, as always, your host and DM, and welcome back, everyone, for another week of mayhem and spookiness. So, a quick note to everyone. We will actually not be here next week. We'll be taking off the weekend of May 1st, just for a bunch of cast conflict reasons, but we will be back on Saturday, May 8th for a proper live stream, and episodes will resume normally from there, as far as we expect. Otherwise, I think that's all we've got. How are y'all feeling today?
Spooky.
Spooky ookie ookie.
We killed a tree.
Spooky.
Yeah,
Nerf,
we killed a
Kill
tree.
Now we have, the entire population of the monster manual trying to kill us.
Yeah, we just have Greenpeace coming after us. You know, it'll be fine.
It'd be great.
Don't we
Not like
usually
they
have
have,
Greenpeace coming after us?
Is it
It's true.
Greenpeace or is it PETA?
Well, no, because we killed a tree.
PETA doesn't care much about plants, I don't think.
Plants
Like animate
eat
plants?
tons of
Plants-
animals.
Do plants count as animals?
I mean, there's an argument for it. You know,
For the purpose of spell casting in D&D, I don't think so, right? Because speak to plants and
No.
speak to animals is two
Yeah.
different things.
Still my
It
favorite thing
depends
to
on
do
whether,
with
like,
Strahd.
you think PETA cares about, taxonomy and, classifications and, phyla and shit.
I'm sure
I
we
feel
could
like
get some very
I feel
energetic
like Winter
people on Twitter
Splinter
telling us.
falls underneath PETA jurisdiction, though.
I agree. I feel like Winter Splinter would fall under PETA jurisdiction.
I mean, he does bleed, so
Yeah,
Exactly.
there was
that's-
lots of blood.
if it
carnivorous.
bleeds, it I don't know what the rest of that phrase is in
Bleeds.
Barovia.
Screeds?
Oh,
Screeds.
okay.
Screed.
If it bleeds, it breeds.
Okay, I'm cutting this conversation off.
You asked.
I did, and it was a mistake, as are so many things in my life. But regardless, I think we are good to go. So thank you all for coming around this week, and let's get started with Curse of Strahd, Twice Bitten. And welcome back, folks. So, last we left off on Curse of Strahd, Twice Bitten. After obtaining the Sun Sword from beneath the Shrine of the White Sun, our heroes continued their efforts to fulfill Madame Ava's prophecy, journeying first to the Wizard of Wines to seek out the leader of the Feathered Ones among the vines. Upon arrival, however, they found the winery in ruins, destroyed by a rampaging tree blight that had vanished southward shortly before they had arrived. Together, the companions managed to safely escort the Mardukov family to Vallaki, where they took up residence at the Blue Water Inn. At Ethrandir's suggestion, however, the party themselves agreed to pursue the tree blight the following day, both to strike back at Strahd's servants and to regain the enchanted gem that the druids had stolen as a sign of good faith and as a reparations for the refugee family. That night, the companions slept at the old tower by Lake Baratok, the night passing largely uneventfully for all but Lillison, who herself received a mysterious letter from none other than Strahd von Zarevich himself, cordially inviting her to speak with him at the coffin maker's shop in Vallaki, alone and in secret. The following morning, Amity led several members of the party in a seance to gain necromantic magic that she believed could help destroy the tree blight they pursued. Her call was answered by the spirit of Kazan, a lich and the architect of the tower at Lake Baratok, who provided her with the power she needed to cast the spell Blight before vanishing. Together, the companions traveled southward, following the Blight's massive tracks through the old Svalich woods to Yester Hill. After a brief encounter with a watchful direwolf, our heroes ascended to the hilltop, finding atop it a dead grove containing a Gulthias tree, and beyond that, a stone ring within which the tree blight dwelled. At Earthrendir's lead, the companions leapt into action. The tree blight fought back, however, and was soon aided by a dozen berserkers and druids, who emerged from shallow graves to aid their blighted ally. However, through teamwork and a final max damage blight spell, the companions struck the tree blight down, winning victory over the largest and most dangerous of their current opponents. And so, as a group of you watches, the sloughed, rotten remains of Winter's Splinter, fast rotting and decaying at an accelerated rate from the sparks and arcs of necromantic energy that leap across the rapidly expanding pile of blackish, brackish sludge, you see tumbling forth a small, glowing green stone. A gem. Approximately the size and shape of a glowing viridian pine cone of brilliant emerald light, tumbling across the ground from the tree blight's rotted remains. And in that moment, the fury of battle stops, and all eyes on the battlefield shift toward the corpse of the blight and the enchanted gem that lies within its remains. And as you look upon it, there comes a howl from the druids and berserkers around you as several of them clash their axes against their forearms in defiance, others raising their staffs high and howling in fury. One, a druid standing over Kiva as the roots that had been curled around her torso slacken and rot, raises a staff high, flaring with sickly yellow energy, his eyes boring into yours. You have desecrated the child of the Gulthias tree, forged with the Dark One's blessing. You shall suffer for your crimes. I believe... Let me pull up initiative. Yes. Amity had just cast Blight. And I believe that was the end of her turn. So, with that, the druids take their turn. As stepping forward, several... Yes?
Oh no, I'm just saying, oh boy, this is going to be bad.
That was going to be fun. Several of them leaping forward into action. Three of them specifically carrying staffs that blaze with arcane natural energy. The others slowly moving forward. Three of them, one of them's frightened actually and has to immediately dash away from Earthrendir as you hear a shriek go up from the spiral of dark energy that Earthrendir had cast, frightening. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. But two druids remain. As that particular druid staff clatters to the ground, the unfrightened druids who are drawn into melee with Kiva and Esmeralda will themselves attack. One against Kiva, one against Esmeralda. Against Kiva, that's a 17 to hit.
Hits.
Okay, that will be... 4 plus a bunch. 6 points of bludgeoning damage. As the druid brings the staff eye and smashes it across your side, just as you're loosening yourself from the roots that have fallen away around you. The other one will attack Esmeralda. That is an 18 to hit. Smashing across Esmeralda's side, but she lets out a shout and raises a hand, and you watch as that bony white shield emerges in front of her, deflecting the blow. Okay, next up, several other druids. Okay, so one of them will raise her staff to the air and let out a cry, piercing. In Winter Splinter's memory, be ensnared by the roots of the valley. And she casts her staff forward, and all around, quite a number of individuals, actually. Let me plot this out. Okay, so that will be Lillison and Esmeralda, who are already restrained, but... oh, I can't hit... Actually, you know what? They're going to hit Amity, not Kiva. So I need Amity to make a strength saving throw for me.
Okay, strength saving throw coming right up. That's a 5.
Okay, Amity, you feel the roots and vines growing around you, ensnaring you as you are entangled. You are restrained by the plants around you.
Oh no.
Ismark successfully makes his, cutting through and tearing through the roots and vines around her. However, looking with some dismay as Amity is taken by the roots. Another of them steps forward, lifting their hands, and this time I will need... Pity, can't hit Erthrindir and Metro at the same time. Erthrindir, give me a strength saving throw, please.
Alrighty. Ha! Can you imagine? That's a 1.
All right. As soon as you finish casting your fear spell, you let out a cry of dismay as the roots and vines begin to grow up around you, entangling and entwining around your flesh, cutting deep into the skin of your wrists and ankles. You are restrained. Okay, and that is the end of the druids' turns. Next up, the berserkers, who you see raise their axes, looking hungrily almost at each of you bound up. One of them who is... well, actually, one of them does need to make a dash away from Erthrindir in terror as a result of the fear spell. But those that remain, toward you, Erthrindir, lifts his axe and snarls. You might bear foul magics, but the master of the pack has stronger, and he gives no quarter. You'll receive none here. And he raises his axe to the sky and brings it smashing down upon you, with advantage because you're entangled. That is a 22 to hit.
Very. Yeah, no, that hits.
All right, you deal 12 slashing damage as it slices across the side of your torso, opening a deep wound across part of your leather armor. That is the end of his turn. There are a few other berserkers, however. Now, Kai, remind me how Lillison's Crown of Madness works.
Before taking a move action on each of its turns, the berserker that is under Lillison's control has to attack a target within its range that Lillison decides. Since she has the one on the left, like on the far left controlled, there's only really one valid target next to her.
Gotcha. Can it make any actions on its turn to try to escape this control?
Wisdom saving throw at the end of its turn. Actually, there are 2 targets, and I think that this time Lillison will want it to take a swing at the druid next to Kiva.
Okay. Very good. And that's at the end of its turn? It makes
End of
a
its
save?
turn, yes.
Gotcha. All right, it will take a swing at the druid beside it. This is just a regular attack. It's not going to reckless for this. But that is unfortunately a 9. As it smashes into the ground with the axe, the druid dancing aside and whirling toward it. The druid's eyes kind of stick to the greatsword and then to the crown of bone and dark metal swirling around the head. spitting some words in a language you don't understand. And then eyes flash toward you, Lillison, where he can see your hands raised and kind of a darkness swirling about you. As he kind of bares his teeth.
No, I don't.
He can't see. It's
I cast it with subtle.
Ah, yes. In that case, his eyes scan out across each of you, not knowing where this magic is coming from, but pulling his lips back and baring his yellow teeth.
You will beg for mercy when the color of storms returns and finds you here, all of you.
With that, there are 2 of the berserkers who get to attack. One against Kiva, one against, let's call that Ismark. So he's going to reckless this one. That's a 21 to hit against Kiva.
Duh. Yeah.
All right, you suffer 10 points of slashing damage.
Okay, hold on. I gotta roll a thing. This time I won't forget. He takes 4 points of force damage in retaliation.
All right, there's like this blowback of force on either side. And very good. Great. But that, let me mark that down. Okay, excellent. And then against Esmeralda, who has now been freed from the vines, given that the druids recast it. Or the druid that had targeted her recast it. The other berserker is going to attack her. That is a 23 to hit, which exceeds the benefit of her shield spell. She lets a grunt as the axe sweeps across her, dealing 10 points of damage. And that is the end of the berserker's turns. Irina's turn is up as she pirouettes, drawing her rapier and stabbing toward the weakened berserker directly to her south. Attacking with advantage, because Reckless works both ways. Alright, that's a 22 to hit, dealing 3 points of piercing damage. Okay, Metreon, you're up.
Okay. So the 2 druids that are around Kiva, are they casting spells as well?
They appear to have some sort of magic field around their staffs that you don't see around the other druids behind them.
Okay.
But otherwise, they're mostly attacking with their staffs at the moment.
Okay, well, first I'll call out to Kiva. Yeah, get the fucking gem! And, can I see from here which of the 2 druids looks a little bit, beefier?
Do you mean like more
Like hit point wise?
healthier?
Like, which one looks like less injured?
Gotcha. In which area? The ones next to Kiva?
Yes.
The one to her south is looking pretty beat up right now.
Okay. So, let me see if I can do this. Hold on. Yes.
Oh, and while you're doing that, Lillison, the berserker you have controlled will make that wisdom save.
Okay.
So I'm going to back away 5 feet.
Does an 11 succeed? Oh, sorry to interrupt.
It does not.
Okay, the crown continues. Metron, what are you doing?
So I moved away 5 feet from the entanglement field and focusing my intent on the druid right in front of Kiva, to her left. I call out to him. This is going to be really tiring, I know it. Maybe you want to relax. Maybe, maybe just get out of the way and all that. Leave us alone. And I'm going to cast Suggestion.
Okay, it's going to be a wisdom save, right?
Yes.
That is a 15 exactly.
Yeah, I'm gonna... I don't really have anything else I can do. So, that's my turn.
All right, you watch as this kind of spiraling wisp of black smoke trails from Metron's lips, wisping across the battlefield and into this druid's nostrils and ears and mouth. He inhales for a second, his eyes rolling back, and then the sickly yellowish greenish light around the staff flares, and the darkness across his face shatters just barely. He's breathing hard, sweating, but his gaze meets yours, Metron, and he rests.
as if your dominion could compare to the Dark One's.
Fuck off.
All right, you get the sense that he managed to pull on a bit of will.
Yeah.
But who knows? Maybe another time. All right, that is the end of your turn, I believe.
Yes.
Kiva, are you there?
I am.
Muy bueno. What you doing?
All right. So where, as far as distance-wise, is the gem from me?
It is around 15 feet away to your southwest. But there are, as you can tell, 2 druids and a berserker standing in your path right now.
Okay, so, fuck it, I think she's gonna take an opportunity attack and sort of do some bob and weave and grab, it's gonna take a lot of opportunity attacks, and go for the gem. So she's going to go...
If you want, you can disengage as an action, unless you were planning on dashing.
Do I need to dash to get there from my current position if I were to weave in between the 2 druids here?
No, I would say you can get there with about 5 squares of movement.
Amazing. So no, yeah, she'll disengage as an action and then go to grab the gem.
All right, and you pick it up right here, where it's kind of sitting on the muddy ground amongst this like black putrid sludge that's all that remains of the blighted corpse of the tree blight. It's pretty nasty, but you can kind of pick out the gemstone, shining cleanly and brilliantly through the muck.
All right. Shit. Does this mean I lose my rage then? Because I won't have attacked or taken damage?
That will mean...
Fuck.
Well, actually...
I don't like that.
You took damage... if you don't take... You took damage this turn, though, right?
She took damage this round, I think.
This round, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so
Okay,
if
then
you don't take
sexy.
damage during your turn?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, fuck.
Erthrendir will, like, look across the battlefield, his face panicked, and kind of yell, "Get a little bit of distance. I got something."
Okay, yeah, she's... Fuck, I guess she'll keep the disengage and drop the rage for now. And yeah, is this as far as she can get, though? Like, that's her... That uses her movement to get there?
You have another square of movement if you'd like.
Yeah, she'll definitely back the fuck up after hearing that.
Okay. All right, that's the end of her turn.
Yeah,
all right,
boy
beautiful.
done.
Esmeralda is up. She will take a stab upward at the northwestern berserker near her, attacking with advantage. Actually, no, she doesn't, because that one attacked recklessly. I think. I'll keep track of it. I'm going to assume this one attacked recklessly because Irina attacked it. Yeah, that's a crit. So she swipes the rapier upward, just slicing it right across the throat. The berserker goes down hard. Then she elegantly whirls southward and stabs directly across the side of the druid next to her. She's going to attack again. That is a 13 to hit, which does hit, dealing 9 points of piercing damage. And she'll attack again with her hand axe. It's a 24, dealing 7 points, and sending the druid down to the ground. All right. That is the end of her turn. She'll kind of glance over toward Erthrendir. Do you need me to step back as well?
That would be tremendously helpful, if you don't mind.
She nods and quickly leaps back toward Ismark, risking 2 attacks of opportunity. That is a 15, which misses. And a 23...
Erthrendir is going to cutting words that... Oh.
The 23?
Hit the damn ground, you piece of shit. And yeah.
All right.
That's now a 20.
Okay, she will bring up a shield and deflect that. And stepping up top next to Ismark, keeping her distance clear. Okay, that is the end of her turn. Ismark is up. He's going to glance at Esmeralda and just kind of mumble, "You got this?" She nods. and he glances toward Irina. Take care. And he 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Stepping over here, holding his long sword and short sword at the ready before the berserker between him and Erthrindir.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, he has to dash to get there because of difficult terrain. That is the end of his turn, however. Erthrindir, you're up.
All right. So you can tell, like, since Winter Splinter died, Erthrindir's been panicking, just kind of scanning the angles. But with Ismark's reassuring weight next to him, he gives him a grateful look. And then, as much as he can in the rage, or in the entangle, he reaches into his pocket. And out of it, he picks one of the burnt, crumpled pages that Erthrindir had tried to destroy this morning. He unfolds it with a shaking hand, reads it slowly. God forgive me. And then he closes his eyes, raises his wand, and casts Fireball.
Ooh.
What?
You listen as there is a distant drumming that almost sounds in time with the wave of his wand through the air. That begins to thunder, growing closer. War drums that echo with wrath and tension and excitement for blood. You hear a distant roar. The brass of war horns gone to battle. And as you watch, he raises his hand as a crackling black mote of flame spirals through the air and then smashes into the ground, exploding forth with a spiraling inferno of black curling flames. If you would like to place that fireball on the map.
I can and I would. Okay, so they need to make a DC 14 dex save or take 27 fire damage.
Beautiful found
And they
graphics
shall.
right there.
All of them fail except for the bottom one, which gets a 19.
All right. Then yeah, that's 27.
You mark that down. So one of them only has 27 hit points. You just watch. You just listen as one of them, the druid toward the northern side, just screams in pain and fear as the sudden burst of flame just scorches him to ash in an instant. A charred corpse falling to the ground. The staff rolling up on the ground, smoking mere inches away from his burned, torn body. You hear howls of pain from the berserkers, bodies trained for ferocity and fortitude, but nothing like this. And a similar echo of rage and pain as the flames roil through the air and scorch so fierce that Esmeralda, listen, you pull back, feeling the heat wave that thrusts up against your skin, almost burning it from sheer proximity. You watch as it slowly begins to burn away. The flames licking through the air, the explosion slowly fades, and as you stand there, you see one charred corpse on the ground and 3 others, blackened, twisted, small flames flickering at the corners of their clothes and robes, and the druid toward the south, breathing hard, blackened, scorched into ash across the face, lips peeled back in defiance, eyes wide in rage and horror.
Erthrindir.
There is a blackened ring in the earth that has just been scorched black, all life in that 20-foot radius deceased.
Erthrindir looks across what he's done, and then just gives a look at Lillison. Just get out of here. Make sure this was worth it. And he's going to give her Bardic Inspiration. And that's his turn.
And funnily enough, the grasping vines around Lillison actually vanish as the druid that survived just failed his concentration check.
Nice.
In that case, I think he'd give it to Amity instead, if he would see that.
Cool.
It looks like I'm still in at least one of the fields.
Yes, but they don't stack, as far as I know.
But yeah, that's his turn.
Okay, very good. With that, Lillison, you are up. What is going on?
All right, Lillison is going to return Erthrindir's look just with a very level expression and say, I'm not going to retreat until everybody else does. And she is going to turn and... Alright, it looks like Barbarian friend is still alive. That's good. So that's continuing to go. She's going to use her action to maintain that. She's going to glance over to Ismark and say, Ismark, there's a spot right left hip, and give Ismark advantage on his next attack against that berserker.
Okay, I'll mark that off, but do remind me if I forget.
Okay. Just to be clear, is Lillison still entangled?
She is not. She's in difficult terrain, but she's not restrained.
Okay. She's gonna move a little bit this way, I guess.
Okay. That'll be 20 feet of movement.
Let's take another 10 and just scooch back.
Alrighty.
And that's her turn.
No action?
Action is maintaining Crown of Madness.
Ah, yes, very good. All right, Amity, the ranks have thinned quite a bit since your last go. You are still restrained, unfortunately, by the grasping roots and vines around you, but you can see that your side has gone on the offensive. What are you doing?
Standing firm in her restraints, Amity says, as she begins to recount a story, she says, Elorira, the rabbit prince with 1,000 enemies, could undo ropes and slink away in the blink of an... She will not finish that sentence. She will ready an action. After the druid's turn, but before the berserkers, she will finish her tale.
Okay, interesting.
Ooh.
I want to know what this is.
Same.
And with that, the druids take their turns. All right, you watch as they come up around you, raise their staves, and each of them begins chanting, spiraling their staves above them as they blaze, not with greenish energy, but with dark, crackling, blackish gray. You watch as eddies of force begin to whirl through the air, and then each of them slams a staff forward as from each of the three, massive cubes of force erupt through the air as each of them casts Thunderwave.
Oh, good.
Oh boy.
At second level.
Oh boy.
Why, though? Like, why?
That's one.
Because Dragnet delights in our suffering.
As he should.
That's two.
I mean, if we're gonna suffer anyway, somebody might as well delight in it.
And that's
I can't
three.
believe you're already on Strahd's side.
So, I will need Kiva to make a Constitution saving throw. I'll need Erthrindir to make 2.
Great.
Ismark fails both.
Oh no!
Erthrindir passes both.
How's a 7?
Okay. Okay, a 7 unfortunately does not succeed, as Kiva takes 14 points of damage, and Erthrindir takes 5 plus 10 points of thunder damage.
Okay, I need to roll concentration on
And
fear.
that's not a halved thing either, is it? That's just 14.
That's
Yep.
flat 14. Thunder damage, baby.
You still up?
He's looking great.
Wonderbar.
Okay. That is the end of their turns. As soon as they finish, Amity, your tale comes to an end.
And she finishes, and targeting Esmeralda. Esmeralda can now teleport up to 30 feet to a point she can see, and she can also choose 3 other creatures to do the same. Amity will recommend Kiva and Ethunder, here's restrained, and me, I'm tied up too. Let's regroup and get out.
Esmeralda nods, and you see kind of this silvery nimbus of energy around her that coalesces into kind of this swirl of energy that latches out toward each of the 3 named. You watch as small apparitions of small silvery rabbits appear next to each of you and offers a small paw, holding it up to you.
Earthendir gratefully takes it and will teleport next to Lillison.
Amity teleports back behind Metreon, out of the vines.
Kiva, there is a small silver rabbit next to you holding up a paw. Do you take it?
Yes, she'll take the little spiritual paw.
All right, you can teleport up to 30 feet in any direction you choose. Esmeralda's going to appear here next to near Irina. It's going to be next to Irina.
Yeah, I guess Kiva will join the ladies, I think.
Okay.
That's all she's ever wanted.
Yeah, it is.
Beautiful. All right. I do believe our crowned berserker friend has no targets near him, so he's going to just move up toward Kiva and Irina, and then make a wisdom save. That'll take effect at the end of his turn. A 12 fails, I presume, right?
Yes.
Okay, very good. With that, the other berserkers will take their turns. The ones who are fleeing will continue to flee out of sight and around the bend. And then the one by Ismark will raise his axe and will attack with it, using the Reckless feature to take advantage. That is a 23 to hit, hitting Ismark, dealing 13 points of slashing damage. With a grunt, he kind of flinches back, just struggling to parry and hold his blade up in defense. And the one next to Kiva is going to take her. Oof, 7 and an 8. I'm guessing an 8 doesn't hit.
Thank God it doesn't.
Beautiful. All right, you split wide, dodging the attack as the berserker snarls, slicing through the space where you just were moments ago. That is the end of their turn. Irina is going to glance toward Esmeralda and Kiva. Right, what's the plan? We staying or going?
I think it's time to go, so I would start running as fast as you can, and maybe take this with you. And she's going to hand Irina the gem if she can. I don't know if that's like an action thing, but...
I would say that's an environmental interaction. You can kind of have... she can see it on your person. I'd say she can just take it with her environmental interaction. You're probably holding it in a hand. Because I don't think you're wielding the mace anyway. So she will take that. No. She will use her action to disengage, and she will skedaddle away. All right. With that, Metreon, you're up. You can see that Kiva and Ismark are still caught up in the thick of things. Esmeralda, Lillison, and Earthendir are starting to get out. What are you doing?
So from this vantage point, and now that Irina's moved out of the way, can I shoot at these, like the one in front of Kiva, would I be able to shoot without cover?
The one in front of Kiva. Let's take a look.
Would I have to move to the right a little bit?
I would say... if you're going for the one that's not been Crown of Thorned, then yes, you can hit that without any cover.
Okay, yes. Yeah, I would notice the Crown of Madness on him. So instead, I'm going to go ahead and blast the Berserker that isn't Crown of Madness, as well as the Druid that's in the Entangle spell, kind of calling on that same Angie energy again. I'm going to throw out 2 Eldritch Blasts.
You have advantage on both of them.
It's a 19 on the first.
19 will certainly hit.
That's 9 plus... so that's 14. force damage to the Berserker.
All right, 14 points of force damage. And the second attack?
That's an 18.
That will certainly hit. Give me some damage.
5 points of force damage.
All right, Kiva, you watch as from over your shoulder come two spiraling bolts of just crackling, cold black energy, almost full of void, and smashing into the torso, the chest of the Berserker. The first one sending him off kilter, the second one just clipping by the side, sending him spiraling and forcing him to catch his breath, struggling not to fall over.
Oh no, I targeted the second bolt to the druid at the base of the.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So then I will take away those 5 points of damage to the other one and give 5 points of damage to the druid that you hit.
Yeah, and I'm going to use my movement to catch up with Irina, but I'm going to still try and save you and everybody else.
Alrighty, sounds good.
All right, and that's it.
Kiva, you have two buddies, but one of them seems to have rather decorative taste in headgear at the moment. What are you doing?
Amazing. So she's going to rage again. For her fun little bonus action, and then she's going to recklessly swing at the buddy who doesn't have the cool headgear.
Yeah, okay.
That's a 20.
That'll hit. And by the way, you don't have to activate Rage again. I checked, and it's as long as you take damage between turns, you're fine.
Oh, fuck yeah!
So you still have your Rage from last turn.
Amazing. So yeah, it's a 20 to hit. 5 points of bludgeoning damage. Yeah.
Very good.
Thank you so much.
Just to make sure, does that matter for the damage that Kiva took?
It was thunder damage. It shouldn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thunder damage is not resisted by rage, but thank you for checking. All right, Kiva, anything else on your turn?
I can't do a bonus action without breaking the rage. So, no, she's just going to continue to take down these berserkers because she's raging and she's not very smart.
Okay. As it happened, it is now Esmeralda's turn. She has maneuvered herself quite cleanly into a very nice chessboard diagonal. So she's going to take out her Darkwood wand again as crackles of black electricity arc around the edges of it, and she's going to fling another lightning bolt through the two druids closest to Ismark.
Beautiful.
I'm obsessed with her.
Ah, I love that graphic.
Ooh, that's
Oh,
beautiful.
that's a lot of damage. And they both fail, taking 39 points of lightning damage as she fries them both.
You love to see it.
It's like a little cartoonish effect of like you can see their bones through their skin for a moment, like an X-ray, and then they just drop to the ground, kind of hissing and steaming.
Nice.
Very nice.
She turns toward you, keep her eyes wide. Shit, all right, that was the last of them. We've got to get out of here.
Kiva will just nod and you know, but then turn back to the berserkers because she's an idiot.
All right, and the vines and roots near Earthendeer and Lillison wilt away as that druid dies. Very good. All right, that is Esmeralda's turn. She's going to stick around for the moment because Kiva's still there. Ismark is up. He is going to...
He's got advantage if he wants to attack.
This is true. He's going to take it. Lillison gave him some good advice. He's going to take it and go right for that left hip, if I recall correctly. It's an advantage on one attack, right?
I believe it is one attack, yes.
All right, that is a 24 to hit, which will certainly hit. Dealing 9 points of damage. That he'll attack twice more, once with his longsword, once with his short sword. Actually, cool. That is a 22 and a 22, dealing 11 plus 5, total of 16 points of slashing damage.
My boy.
All right, and he's going to briefly reposition by just stepping up here. All right, Earthendeer, you're up.
He's like he's staring at the scorch mark left on the turf, and then he sees the two berserkers bearing down on Kiva, and almost without thinking, he raises his wand again. Just leave us alone! And he is casting another fireball.
Work.
All right.
Please
you hear
hit her
again
with it too.
the pounding of war drums, the cacophony of the brass crying out in fierce, proud defiance, and then this gout of flame that rushes forth and bursts into this hellish inferno surrounding the two Western berserkers.
Okay, that's dex saves from both. Or 23.
Both fail. Both take 23, and both of them had exactly or less than 23 hit points.
Oh.
Kiva, you watch as before you, this gout of flame explodes, burning, and before the berserkers have a chance to scream, there's this wall of black fire just in front of your face. You hear a terrible hissing, a crackling and burning of flesh, and when the fire fades, you see two crumpled bodies, smoking and smelling of charred meat, crumpled at your feet.
Just go. Just come on. We're done. Just please. And then he turns to the berserker that's fighting Ismark. Come on. You gotta see how this is going. Just leave. Just fucking leave. And that's his turn.
All right. As you end your turn in response, the berserker engaged with Ismark doesn't respond, but the druid at the southwestern side, still holding concentration over that entangled spell that Esmeralda stands in, raises a staff in your direction, pointing it toward you, intoning, the voice echoing through the circle of dead grass.
The whispering wall, the Golstias tree, have guarded the secrets and power of the Dark Ones for generations, as they did the memories of the Ancient that came before him. He is the Ancient. He is the land, and we will not allow you to sully his holy place with your filth.
His eyes are just blazing, spittle flying from his lips. You're getting a strong sense of an absolute lack of self-preservation right here.
You idiots! He won't save you! He doesn't care! Do you not fucking... That's all.
All right, it is now Lillison's turn.
Okay. Lillison's shoulders slump a little as if in relief, as her concentration on that one berserker is broken. She is going to glance between Erthrindir and this last druid, narrowing her eyes as she hears this exchange. Then she is going to... just slowly stride forward and just stare that druid down and cast... Actually, you know what? She's not going to stride forward.
Alrighty.
Instead of using subtle, she's going to use distant. And she's just going to stare down the druid and cast distant suggestion and say, kneel.
Is this a suggestion or a command?
Suggestion.
Suggestion does need to be worded reasonably, so I'll allow you to rephrase that if you'd like.
Okay, well, what is reasonable? I will attempt to be reasonable. Kneel in surrender to us, or we will slay you and everyone you have ever known or cared about. Surely you understand where this is going.
Alright, that'll be a wisdom save. Let's see how it does. That is a 15.
DC is 15.
All right, you watch as there's this silvery green wisp of mist that rises around it, kind of bubbling and thrashing with contained suggestive power. And the druid flashes his staff through the air, dissipating it as his eyes flash dark again.
Never.
Well, if that's going to be how it is, and she's going to turn to Ismark, using her bonus action. Ismark, straight through the neck, if you please.
All right.
And you see Erthrindir just staring at you in utter horror. You... That's all.
All right, well, Earthrinder is melting down. Amity, you're up. What's going on? You see that you're mostly escaped from the fray, but you can see that Ismark's still engaged, and Kiva seems to be still in range of the remaining druid. What's going on?
Okay. Amity, thinking, basically everything's fine. She's just going to cast a simple vicious mockery on Ismark's dude to help take him out, saying, "Where are your plants now? Just run!" And that's going to be a wisdom save, please, or 1,000,000 damage.
All right, beautiful.
I love it. I love it.
Also, I imagine she said, "Where are your plants now?" in the exact same tone that one would say, "Where is your god now?"
Yeah.
Anyway, that's a failure. How much damage?
8, which is the maximum. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. But yeah, she just sort of backs up a little bit off the north top of the map because we won.
All right, and that berserker has disadvantage on the next attack. All right. The remaining druid will advance toward you and Esmeralda, Kiva.
Thank God, because she was going to advance towards him next, so.
With a howl, he raises his staff to the sky and slams it toward you again, casting another second-level thunder wave.
Ideal. Oh.
All right, I will need a Constitution saving throw from Miss Kiva, please.
Okay. Oh, wow. Dirty 20.
All right, that was 13 thunder damage.
That would have taken her out, so that's good.
Beautiful. There's this thunderous wave of force, and you raise the mace at the last second, bracing yourself with your forearms, and you manage to withstand the spiral of dark thunder that sweeps out from before you. Esmeralda manages to withstand it, most of it as well. You only take 7 points of thunder damage.
Okay.
All right, and with that, it is our friendly Berserker's turn, who is going to be happy to recklessly attack Ismark. Fortunately, because of Vicious Mockery, this is just a straight roll. Unfortunately, that is a 23 to hit. Ismark grunting as the Berserker deals 10 points of slashing damage. All right, Irina is up. She's going to step back to Metreon. Gives you a kind of a side glance. Do you have anything that I could use? Any? Do you have a spare crossbow or something?
Yeah. And Metron will pull out his hand crossbow and hand it to her.
Beautiful. She will pick it up and take aim at, let's say, it's not a great shot, but she'll take aim at the Berserker next to Ismark. Actually, no, she'll take aim at the Druid next to Kiva and Esmeralda. That will hit. These guys don't have exceptionally high AC. Hand crossbows are what, 1d6 plus dex?
Yes.
Add a 6 force damage from the retribution that I keep forgetting to add.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you. All right, that'll be 2 piercing damage from Irina plus 6 force damage from Kiva. Total of 8. And the druid has to make a concentration check. 2, actually. Succeeding both times. All right, that is Irina's turn. Metreon, you're up.
Seeing Ismark getting cut down in the way that he is, he just come on, Ismark, get out of there! And as he does, he stomps his foot. Sorry, he stomps his foot down on the ground. Actually, let me just double check the range of this. Okay, so let me. Yeah, he's got it. He will cast Toll the Dead as he stomps his feet into the ground and sends out this echo of reverberating necrotic energy.
All right, this is at the druid or the berserker?
The berserker, and it's going to be a wisdom save.
Lovely. Unfortunately, that is a natural 20.
Fucker.
Oof.
And Irina still has the gem on her?
Irina does still have the gem, yes.
Okay, I'm going to run up to her. Oh, the gem.
She nods down toward kind of the crook of her arm. She's kind of like holding it like held beneath her, like between her arm and her side as she reloads the crossbow. You can kind of take it out with your environmental interaction if you'd like.
All right, yeah, I'll take it. I'll stuff it into my bag, and I'm going to use the rest of my movement, which is 10, I think.
Alrighty.
And then I'm going to use my bonus action to dash and get the fuck out of here.
Lovely. All right, with that, Kiva, you are up. You are not looking so good. The druid over you has taken some damage, but is not looking too hurt. You can watch behind you as Amity and Metron are beginning to retreat. What are you doing?
She's so painfully dumb. She's gonna get in close and recklessly attack.
All right, go for it.
Hold on, sorry, my foundry is being annoying.
All good.
All right, that's a 20
A 20 will hit.
for 4 damage. She's really doing great.
Did you add your rage damage to that?
For 6 damage.
6 damage.
Just cracking skulls over here.
All right, you smashed across the side of his shoulder. He grunts, kind of almost crumpling under the weight, but then lifts up and meets her right in the eyes and glares. Is that your turn?
She's just gonna she's got blood dripping from the corners of her mouth, and she's just gonna do the finger curl, come at me, bro. And that's her turn.
All right, you just hear a sharp intake of breath behind you as Esmeralda whirls forward behind you and jabs forward with her rapier and hand axe.
If this isn't women love women solidarity, I don't know what is.
All right, that's going to be 11 points of damage plus 10 points plus a fuck ton of damage. You watch as she swipes out twice with her rapier, almost like Zorro style, cutting across his chest. As he stumbles back, she takes the hand axe and slams it forward, lodging it right in his head. He lets out a final muffled grunt and slowly slides to the ground, unmoving. She casts a frantic side glance at you. All right, are we good? Let's get the hell out of here.
Yeah. Let's go.
All right, Ismark is up. He'll glance back at Lillison and Erthrindir. Is he getting the vibe that he should be retreating or that he should be attacking here?
Erthrindir looks like he's finish him off.
Lillison has given him advantage on his next attack, so she's staring at him with expectation.
I'm assuming that she does that thumb sideways thing that Roman emperors do in the Colosseum, and then just goes thumbs down. In which case, Ismark will do so, taking advantage on his first attack. A 24 to hit, another 24 to hit, and a 9 to hit, which is miss. But that's a total of 20 points of slashing damage.
Wow.
Thumbs down actually meant don't kill them.
Let's just see, whirls through the air with this flicker of steel that just cuts through the air like a knife, just flourishing with dexterity and surprising grace for someone of his broad stature and size. You hear the Berserker give a grunt of pain as blood spurts from the wound, and the Berserker nearly crumples to the ground. That is the end of Ismark's turn. Earthrendir, you are up. Lillison's on deck.
He stares at Lillison. God, I thought I didn't need to learn Counterspell. God damn it, I thought I was safe with you! And then he turns away from her and sprints towards the last Berserker. And as he does, you see a crackling flame begin to grow around his short sword as he, and just in anger and grief, he lashes out with Green Flame Blade.
All right, roll the hit.
That's the wrong spell. That's an 11, even with advantage.
Unfortunately, actually no, he attacked with. Oh yeah, with advantage. You said.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the Berserker kind of crumpled for a moment, just flashes out, bringing the axe up, blocking the blow with the blade of the weapon. You can watch as there's this flickering green emerald fire that licks up and down the edges of the blade. The Berserker grunting, struggling to hold it back as Earthrendir is filled with this almost strange, unholy strength and determination. The Berserker almost crumpling, but just barely managing to force it back, preventing the blow from connecting. There's a burst of flame, and Earthrendir, you and the Berserker both skid backward several inches as the energy dissipates.
He hisses in disappointment and then looks over at Kiva and just whispers, "Heal." And Kiva, you're going to heal for 5.
She has 10 now.
And that's his turn.
Progress. All right. Beautiful. Lillison, you're up. What are you doing?
That is a very, very, very good question. Lillison's eyes blaze as she watches Earthrendir flee, because that's pretty much what it is. And she is going to stretch out her hand with the green gem of her focus glinting in the murky light. And she's going to cast Ray of Sickness towards the Berserker.
All right. Are you casting it from here? I know it's a roll to hit, so do you want to get a better angle first?
Does the Berserker have cover or something?
Yes.
From
Ismark and
your
Earthrendir
eyes, yeah.
standing in the way. Yeah. So I would probably give that 3/4 cover or half cover.
Yeah, she's gonna walk around this way.
All right, that'll do it.
And cast. That is a 15 to hit.
And you have advantage.
Do I?
I think
Yes, reckless.
He attacked recklessly.
That is a 25 to hit.
Yes, that will hit. How much damage?
4 damage.
Alas,
And,
low rolls.
And must make a Constitution saving throw.
All right. That is a 12, which is a failure. Earthrendir, you watch as suddenly hear the sound of dead grass crunching beneath footsteps and the skidding of boots through mud. You whirl, you see Lillison just sliding into place just 10 feet away from Ismark, the green gem from her palm facing outward, her face just entirely stony, businesslike, and then a searing blast of sickening greenish light lashes out from her palm. You see in that moment, the very head of it is not a beam, but a shrieking skull that slams into the Berserker's chest as he stumbles backward, sickening poisonous green light just lashing up and down his body with small crackling arcs as he doubles over, looking sick. He is now poisoned.
Lillison is going to use her bonus action to stare at Earthrendir and say, "Hit him in that spot next." You get the help action.
He is not going to take it.
All right. Amity, you're up. Field is almost clear. Are you doing anything?
Sure. first going to bonus action, roll on a little table, then going to the spirit table for those in the audience, then turning to face this berserker. She is going to cast a spell as a little arrow with a heart on the end sort of flickers through the air towards this berserker. She's casting
I will note that it's only things that aren't hostile toward you.
Oh no! Okay, whatever.
Unfortunate.
I don't. You know what? There's only one guy. We've run out of things that are happening. Vicious mockery, 2 damage.
All right. Vicious mocking. Unfortunately, that is a 20, and I don't think poison does saving throws.
Yeah, whatever. There's only one guy left. Like, it doesn't really matter.
Very fair.
It's his turn.
All right, it is his turn, and he's going to turn and attack the newcomer, Earthrendir, using Reckless to overcome the poison condition. That is a 24 to hit.
Oof. Yeah, no, that's hitting hard.
All right, fortunately, he rolls a 1, so that'll be 4 points of slashing damage.
Okay. And
As you barely managed to parry the blow with your short sword, still grunting with the exertion and pain.
And fear drops.
Okay. You immediately feel the sense of influence that you had vanish. Okay. That is the end of Berserker Buddy's turn. Irina's up. She's going to take another shot at Berserker. Unfortunately missing. The bolt goes wide. Metreon, you're up. But you're running away, right?
Yeah, you would. All they would see would be 4 Metreons running away.
Very good. Beautiful. All right, then, Kiva, you are up.
Time to be a stupid bitch.
Beautiful. Go for it. What are you doing?
Reckless.
Alrighty.
I'm recklessly macing him.
Just so you know, you already have advantage, so you don't need to do it again. Because he used Reckless already.
Oh, fuck yeah, then great. $20.
20 will hit. How much damage?
7 bludgeoning damage, please.
9.
9.
Very good.
It's perfect that I'm playing Kiva, because I do have no brain.
That's fine.
Love it. All right. With that, you bring the mace smashing down on the side of him as he grunts with pain. Behind you, Esmeralda takes up a spot, and you see a mote of flame crackling in her hands that goes sweeping forward through the air as she sends a firebolt crackling toward this berserker, which will hit, dealing 11 points of damage. You watch as it sweeps over Ismark's shoulder, slamming into his chest, screaming as the heat scorches his skin, and then he crumples to the ground, the axe tumbling across the earth, unmoving. And as Esmeralda turns toward you, eyes wide, she says hoarsely, "All right, can we go? It looks like we're about to have company." And after you look up and you see several silhouettes making their way back around the south side of the ring.
Please, let's get out of here. And are we still in initiative?
Not at the moment. If you'd like, you can start fleeing.
Yeah, no. Earthrendir will lay his hand on Kiva's shoulder and murmur another spell, and she'll heal for a bit more. Not as much as he'd like.
Okay. With that, the group of you makes your way out of the stone circle, stampeding down the hill as you see those trio of silhouettes coming up behind you. Shouts of rage and cries of fury echoing through the air. It's not long, however, before you manage to crest the bottom of the hill and glance back up behind you. And you see the 3 silhouettes stand atop the hill, axes and staffs raised high in defiance, and then slowly, seeing you've breached the bottom of the structure, turn and retreat back into the stone circle, vanishing from sight. Each of you take a moment at the very bottom of the hill, just close to one of the branching points, with stone cairns encircling the hill on either side of you, catching your breath as you watch the silhouettes of the druids and berserkers vanish out of sight.
Metreon is, I guess once they're coming out of the grove, they would see 4 Metreons running back towards the spot at the base of the path from the forest that led up to this grove. But yeah, 4 of them are just pressed up against trees, just panting.
If that old bastard doesn't want to work with us now, after we got this fucking rock back, I swear to God, I'll kick his ass myself.
I'll provide a boot for you.
Please tell me we got it, right? You have the damn thing?
Yeah! And I raise it up, and all 4 hands go up, but only one has the gem in it.
Earthendeer, sags over in relief, panting. Okay.
No, I've had mirrors before, but damn, I'm good looking. He starts looking at the other 3.
Lays down in the dirt to ignore Metreon.
Lillison glances towards Earthendeer, just seeing if he's going to meet her eyes.
He will not. He is looking at the ground, and actually, as you watch, he kind of stands up, a hand over his mouth, and makes a run for the tree line. And then you hear a retching sound.
What's this problem?
Well, it was an intense fight, and he did that fucking fire thing, so maybe he's, I don't know, does that make you sick?
I mean, it might make him sick, given his, history.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. She'll, sit up and look over at everyone else. Are we all, other than the sour stomach, are we all doing okay, or?
I'm peachy, but you look like hell.
Yeah, I feel like I usually look like hell after these little fun, side trips we take.
I mean, suits you.
Well, I mean, we got the thing, so I feel like it's worth it. I hope.
We won. Yeah, sort of, I guess you could say. How about you? Iz, you alright?
She's kind of breathing a bit hard as she kind of sweeps some of the ash and char off of her long coat. Yes, I should be alright. As for everyone else. She kind of glances around, kind of taking stock of the group, glancing a bit of concern over at Earthendeer. Do you think he's going to be alright? That is not an ordinary side effect of spellcasting.
He's got a bit of a touchy history, I think, with that spell in particular, so I think it's more of an emotional thing, not a physical thing.
Amity, you want to check on your boy there?
Yeah, I never know whether he wants alone time or... Well, okay. She's going to go and gingerly traipse up to him.
You have to step over a rather large puddle of sick to get to him, but yeah, he's on his knees beside a pretty large pine tree, just hands clasped around the bark like a life raft.
That was amazing how you just made explosions happen.
Amity?
Do you want to be alone?
No, I don't. He looks up at her, and there's just his normally pale complexion is just kind of a little gray-green. You're okay, right? They didn't hurt you? You're fine?
They didn't even touch me.
Oh. And he just stands up and fiercely hugs her. Oh, thank God. I thought after the tree there were so many of them. I didn't know. I thought that the only way we're going to get out of there is if he's just shaking. Thanks.
I know. But He hugs him back. You said yourself, every time something like this happens, we get stronger, more powerful magic. So, it's gonna be better.
I don't want to be stronger, Amity. That's what led to the... He just breaks away. Thank you. I appreciate you coming to check on me. But I just... Let's just go home. I just want to go somewhere with a bed. That'd be nice.
Do you want to talk about anything?
His gaze flickers over to Lillison and then to the smoke from the top of the hill. Yeah, I do. Just maybe not here. I don't want to be here anymore.
All right, I understand.
Yeah, but I'll take you up on that later. Thanks. He just kind of gingerly, woodenly pats her shoulder, and then very stiffly starts walking back to the group.
Speaking of Lillison, how does she look right now?
Lillison has been physically untouched somehow. She's rubbing absently at some, basically like, kind of, not even like rope burns, but the marks where some of the vines had entangled her on her ankle. Just every so often glancing with a thoughtful frown over towards Erthrindir, then up into the sky, then over to the burning top of the hill. And then she makes sort of just a generally addressed to everybody remark. Well, we should probably start heading back if we want to have any chance of reaching a hospitable place before nightfall, I think.
Yeah, if we're all uninjured and we can all walk, let's go.
That's an agreeable idea, yeah.
You think we can make Vallaki, or are we gonna have to do the tower again?
Ismark, what do you think?
From the way that we've traveled thus far, I think we could probably make Vallaki before nightfall.
Let's go. Come on.
That would be very nice. Ismark, how are you doing?
He kind of winces, touching a wound on his thigh. It could be better, I think, but it's probably for the best that we not linger too long in the woods. The sooner we get back behind the proper walls, I think the safer we'll be.
Agreed. Let's get back.
And let's keep an eye out for more of those woodland spies as well.
Metreon starts to, as everyone's starting to kind of file up, he'll go over to Irina. Oh, how'd you do with that thing?
With, do you mean the gem? Or...
No, the crossbow. How'd you do with it?
It went well, thank you. Do you mind if I hold on to it for a bit, if you don't mind? It came in handy.
He sucks his teeth a bit. Yeah, I mean,
Kiva gives him a look.
Yeah, you can tell on his face he's ready to say no, but then his eyes look over at Kiva, giving him what I assume is a very stern look, and he'll turn back to Irina. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you just stay close to me, and just try not to use too many bolts. They ain't free.
She nods. Right, of course. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess with that we start to crack on. I will say though, as we're starting to move, you do hear a disappointed groan from Metreon as the other Metreons sort of decay and fall to whatever they look like. What was the spell description, Dragna? They were like, I don't know. We'll figure it out.
I mean, all of them, all five of the Metreons, were not particularly attractive. They kind of had these sunken appearances, almost like undeath had taken hold of them. But they were functional. But now you see as they kind of
Were
just
they
melt
functional,
away.
Stragda?
I'm not going to answer that question. You watch as they kind of melt away, like Lillison's corpse did at the gallows so long ago, just falling away into this pile of misty sludge that then vanishes into the ether. Regardless, as each of you turn toward the path ahead and begin to make your way away from Master Hill, but Kiva, as you take the first step onto the path away from the lower slopes of Yester Hill, you hear a whisper, a deep voice carried on the wind.
Long have I waited,
It says,
for one who is worthy. My spear hungers for blood. Retrieve it and rule these mountains in my stead, just like the mighty warriors from the early days of the Whispering Wall.
and as you hear that voice echoing in your thoughts, you feel something pulling your gaze, your attention, not forcefully, but just as if by a suggestion, by an attraction. But as your gaze locks onto one of the muddy, wet black stone cairns on the western side of the hill, you feel something in your chest drawn toward it, as if by the echo of a promise that you feel held out toward you.
Wait a moment. Something. Did you hear that?
No. What'd you hear?
Hear what?
Something spoke to me. Said he's waited for a warrior. Something about a spear and ruling in his stead. I think it wants me to go get something.
Do you really trust anything that this place is offering you?
Is this something that she can, like, resist, or is this, like, a...
This is not a compulsion, and she would recognize it, having felt Strahd's charm before. This is not an enchantment. This is... This is the equivalent of seeing something marked on a mini-map that says, here is your quest objective. You're not being compelled, but you are suddenly aware that there is something of great interest in or about the cairn that you were looking at, if you choose to pursue it.
She just, like, puts a hand on the sun sword and just, like, waits to feel that, like, the good purpose, the sort of, like, warmth, and when she does, she just gives, like, a long look back and says, well, at least I know where it is now. Maybe we can come back, but I don't know that it's a good idea right now.
Right, well then. Sit to do it.
Yeah, Kiva's like looking at the cairn for a little bit and almost like waiting for the voice again, and then after a few seconds she'll follow along, but she'll sort of keep a glance casted over her shoulder until it's out of sight.
Kiva, if you do come back, make sure that one of us is with you in case of things like that unfortunate pool incident.
Oh yeah, that would be fun. I'd get my own pool ghost trying to kill me. So, it'd be great. Yeah, I don't think I ever want to come back here ever. But I don't know, if we need a weapon to rule over the mountains, we know where to find it. She does give Lillison a sort of impressed look, and I really liked what you said about the kneeling and stuff. That was pretty badass.
I'm not entirely proud of what I said there.
I mean, taking it from the person who got the absolute shit kicked out of her. I think they deserved it. So you're not going to hear me complaining.
She glances over in Aerthrindir's general direction and says in kind of a low voice, "It was unnecessary. A prideful show of power. It wasn't wise."
Well, okay, I take it back then. It was a prideful show of power, not badass.
Thank you.
She gives her a sort of bow and yes, my gracious master, and falls back in line with the rest of them.
Zeb.
We heard. Rude. But yeah. A few minutes down the line, Earthrendir will say, a little too loudly, "Hey, so, Wilson, quick question for you.
Yes?
That ability you have where sometimes you cast spells but there's no trace of them, you don't have to go through the normal stuff, you don't have to pull out components or anything. That's really useful, huh?"
She just gives the back of his head a look, because I assume that he's,
He's
not
not
really.
looking at her now.
Yeah.
That's really, really useful, I can imagine.
I suppose it can be.
Yeah. No. I'm happy for you. It's a good ability to have in your stable, apparently. Wish you luck with it. Hope it gives you everything you need.
Aerthrindir.
The fuck do you want me to say? Look. I'm not gonna tell you shouldn't be fucking enchanting people. It's life or death, and that is honestly better than death. I would much prefer if you could wave your fancy green gem and make them all run away. That's what I was trying to do. But you'll forgive me if I'm a little bit rattled at finding out you have the means to influence any of us soundlessly, without any visible trace, at any time.
Wait, what? I'm sorry, what?
You saw her today, right? You saw it today, right?
I didn't see much, I was running away, but...
She's got the same spell you have.
Oh, look at you! And Metron just moves his hand up and down, sort of showing her off.
Lillison rolls her eyes soundlessly.
Don't roll your eyes. It looks like we're both snakes then, isn't it?
Snakes is one word for it.
Well, good to know. Wish you...
Aerthrindir.
What?
Do you trust my judgment?
I did.
You were willing to trust me when you did not know that I had this power. Will you go so far as to trust me in saying that I use it when I feel it is absolutely necessary and not at a whim?
I don't doubt that. And that's the reason I'm still traveling with you. But I'll say this. I respect you more than you know. You're incredibly proficient, stupidly powerful, a brilliant tactician, the whole package. You're smarter than me, and you have, in all evidence, years of experience in this sort of thing. So you'll forgive me if, given that impression, that I think that you and I might have different views of it'd be necessary. Say if I were going to do something that would seriously impede one of your goals and you couldn't convince me otherwise.
What do you imagine my goals are?
To get out, same as us. Otherwise, though, damned if I know. I know you've got 'em, but you play 'em real damn close to the chest.
Well,
So I'm not...
are you willing to say what your goals are, other than getting out of here? Because I will trade.
I don't want to have to do any more of this than I have to. I think it's too late. I think either I crossed that line today or I crossed it a week ago, but I would like to get out of here with my soul and my sense of morality and my ability to live with myself intact. Although that one, I think, isn't really there anymore. Not really feasible. So, I suppose at the moment, it's get the fuck out, preserve all of you while we get the fuck out and the people I've come to care about, and then make sure I never have to think about what the fuck I had to do here ever again. I guess that's it.
Worthy goals.
Yeah, you are.
What?
That you said that I misunderstood you, I'm sorry.
I was saying that your goals are worthy. I wish to act in such a way that whenever I see my father again, I will not be ashamed to tell him what it is that I have done.
Earthendeer is going to roll an insight check.
Okay.
3.
Pretty hard to read. Lillison is difficult to make sense of even on the best of days, and at this point her face is just quiet and as unrevealing as stone. She seems to be taking this conversation as seriously as you are, if nothing else.
He kind of accepts this. Your father, what would make him ashamed?
To know that I had squandered my resources, used excess displays of power and pride when there might have been a simpler, more efficient way. To know that I had allowed any of those I considered my responsibility to have become unnecessarily harmed. To know that I had played my hand too unwisely.
For the first time, he looks back at her. And how do you think you're doing so far?
I think I will have much to explain whenever I see him again.
He laughs, a hollow, bitter little thing. I think I would have to do the same to Kristoff if I could. Who knows, maybe with Amity's new thing I can. Although, I can only hope he's reincarnated at this point.
Do you think you'll recognize him? If he is?
I don't know. I don't think so. That's one of the beauties. You get a new chance. Even if you're the worst person, even if you have spent years and years doing wrong and your soul isn't marked by that, you get to be someone new. And they get a new chance. It's what I gotta believe, anyway. For my own sake.
Just out of curiosity, Lil, who have you enchanted while we've been out here that we didn't know of?
Lillison glances over towards Metreon. None of you.
I want to insight check that.
Yeah, same.
I don't believe her for a second.
13?
9.
And we're not beating her modifier.
We're doing great, guys.
We're doing great, guys. She's trustworthy.
Seems hard to read. It's difficult to tell.
Tragna, it's the truth, though.
I mean, yes, but
Okay,
not
poker
that
face all the
doesn't know.
time.
Well, I mean, was she lying?
No!
Then roll a persuasion check.
That's a 16.
Okay, she seems pretty earnest. Earthendir certainly recognizes this when she says that. In fact, I would say that, given the 13, little, so is there anything you'd like to add, any little nuggets of insight that Earthendir would pick up along with the subtext of her rejection of the idea?
Lillison seems slightly hurt by the notion, and seems to be trying to cover that up.
Yeah. No. I think she's telling the truth. I remember what it feels like. Afterward, you know, if you know what to look for. If she has, it hasn't been on me.
Well, I guess that's satisfactory then. You have a plan on using it on any of us?
I don't currently plan to. Obviously, if one of you turns around and puts a blade to my neck, I will try to persuade you to, under all using any tools I have to not. So please don't do that.
All right, let's maybe just take a step. We're all tired. We've had quite a long day. I think this maybe isn't the best time to start poking bears, and she's going to look at Metreon.
Yeah, no. You know what? I've been called a cad for doing what I do, and it's nothing I can really control, right? It's just something that comes natural to me. But she comes back from the dead. She's enchanting people all over in secret. And it's okay. It's all right.
I'm not saying it's okay. I'm just saying maybe this isn't the best place to do this in the open, where someone might be listening and take this as an opportunity to say, wow, they're infighting. Maybe I could come fuck them up a little bit more.
All right, fine. And he rolls his eyes and it's like, just starts to back away.
Can I do a quick perception check to see if there are any spies looking at us in the woods?
Yeah,
by all
Earthendir
means.
will as well.
Kiva just goes over to Metreon and she's just like, I agree with you. I'm on your side. Every opportunity that we show a little crack in the armor, he can take.
18.
18. Glancing around, you don't see any evidence of spies. No. The woods seem fairly quiet and empty.
Cool. Continue.
So we just be cheery in public, smile, sing campfire songs, And then when we've locked ourselves in our room, triple-checked the windows, cast warding spells, and said prayer in a circle 3 times, then we get to be honest with each other. That's how we're rolling.
Okay, you know what? I just tried to make a suggestion, but if you guys want to keep pissing at each other, then fine, go ahead.
Someone
I
else
feel
has been
like-
making suggestions too.
Kiva just like throws her hands up and just limps over to Esmeralda and just decides to leave these people to what they're gonna do.
All right, I'm dropping it. I'm dropping it. I swear.
I appreciate the mediation, but this feels important.
No. I think she's right. You know, let's get to warmer beds and some cool drinks, and let's really just get somewhere safe.
Yeah. Yeah. Last thing, Earthrendir will fall into step next to Lillison and say in a very low voice, "So, if your goal's to avoid using more force than necessary, then I'd like you to know this. Any time you would cast something like that on me would be more force than necessary. That's not a threat. That's not me saying, just kind of a promise. You do that to me, and it's the end of things. That's all. Just want you to know."
She looks over at him with a very steady gaze. Anytime that I feel that you are being particularly unreasonable, anytime I might be tempted to do so, I will simply say, Earthrendir, I feel you are being unreasonable, and if we were enemies, this is where I would use one of those spells.
Wow. Goodness gracious, ma'am. Wow. That's really how you function, huh?
What?
Just the whole, I'm gonna tell you when in another circumstance I would do violence to you. That's certainly a kind of honesty.
You have
It's
not.
almost respectable.
You have not reached anywhere near that threshold yet, and I most earnestly hope that we never get to that point.
He nods. And I, for my part, will do my part to not tell you that. Because unless you put a dagger to my neck, I'm not going to fucking hurt you. But thank you. Have a good day. And he drifts away.
Wilson watches him move off, and her hand slips into one of her bags before remembering that the scroll she's looking for, she already burned in the fire.
Oh.
By this point, Yesterhill has vanished from sight southward behind you, and you've continued making your way forth northward through the winding trail through the woods. You see coming up into sight ahead of you to the north around a copse of trees, the ruins of the Wizard of Wines, and you continue onward. Passing forth by the ruins and wreckage through the trails and tracks and deep gouges in the earth left by the tree blight that you've destroyed, and leaving even those ruins behind as you continue north. As they vanish into the mists of the Svalish woods, you find yourselves once more on the main road of the old Svalich Road. It's here at the Raven River Crossroads where you turn eastward once more, leaving behind the bridge to Kresk and passing along the now familiar trail. Some tempers quietly simmering, others less quietly. Each of you glancing around at the tree line, at the woods for any evidence of waiting, watchful eyes. Somewhat graciously, though it seems, none make themselves immediately evident to you. And so it is that another hour, 2 hours, nearly a third comes to pass as you make your way across the Lunar River Bridge, seeing in the northern distance, just beyond the mist and fog, the lapping of the waves against the shores of Lake Zarevich that once more pass beyond the tree line, as the Svalich woods reassert themselves and the old abandoned hovels and shacks begin to come into view just on the edges of the city limits. And from there, it's not before long that you see, coming into view once more, the palisade wall that surrounds the settlement of Vallaki. The dark buildings and small clouds of mist that swirl through the air and along the ground, slinking upon the outside of the walls, as if waiting for a chance to get in. You see this clearing laid before you, as in the center of the valley you approach the familiar settlement. And hopefully, as the sky darkens into late afternoon, hopefully, a safe place to rest for the evening. You approach the gates of Vallaki, traversing the descending path that makes its way away from the tree line and toward the settlement proper. As you approach, you can see the figures manning the gates there. Two cloaked individuals, bearing scimitars at their sides, and one guard familiar to you in gear, bearing a spear at the side. As you approach, they glance up at the sky above and, seeing it still light, move to begin opening it for you. One of them seems to nod in a kind of recognition. And together you're able to make your way past the gates as you hear the screeching of the rusted iron and the thud of the wood. But as you step through, you glance off to the side just by one of the ladders that leads up to the side of the palisade wall, where a small battlement is set up. There you see a figure, a young man, hurriedly making his way down the ladder from where he had been watching over from atop the walls, nearby one of the patrolling guards, and began approaching you with a hurried speed to his step. You can see that he appears to have dark hair, a tangle of hair that kind of is lopsided across his forehead, wearing actually quite nice clothes, rich dark brown tunic, blue spirals across the sleeves. And as he approaches closer, several of you recognize him as a young man that you'd previously seen in the tap room of the Blue Water Inn, what feels like a lifetime ago, cheering along to one of Amity's stories. Amity, you recognize this young man as he approaches you, kind of stumbling a bit over himself. Roy, you lot, you're, which one of you's, Lady Tornsail?
You said I recognized him? Sorry, should I know who this is?
Yes, this is one of the two drunken nobles you saw, happily listening to your stories in the Blue Water Inn when you first got to Vallaki. And you kind of recognize them a bit, and you think you've heard someone point them out to you as him out to you as one of Lady Voctor's sons.
Understood. Amity says, right, she's just so, entering Lillison mode. Why do you want to know?
Roy, well, if you are all with her, I had, and he kind of glances a nervous look toward the guards at the gates, just as almost as making sure that they're far enough away. Roy, sorry, I just had a message for you of sorts. If you had a second, mates, please, if you don't mind.
We'll give you 5. What is it?
He nods gratefully. Right, you see, my mother, he coughs. Sorry, the Baroness, she has, an invitation. She'd like you to speak with her, at our estate, right away, if you don't mind. It's about a very urgent matter. Please. And you can see as he's saying this to you, his voice kind of pleading. He's got kind of circles under his eyes. He looks very tired.
The
All of
Baroness.
us? Or
Sorry, one at a time. What did Lillison say? I think I heard Amity.
all of us? Or
All of Lady Tornsale's associates, she said. I guess that means you. He kind of glances around each of
Why
you.
does she need us? And why do you look so poorly?
Me. I've just been looking out for a while. I was just keeping out to see when you'd get back. And it's great because you did.
Earthendir puts his hand on his shoulder. Slow down. Breathe. Look. He lowers his voice. This is this is as private as we're going to get at the moment, I imagine. If you have anything you want to tell us, say it to us now in a whisper, and we will act like we heard nothing.
He blinks. I don't know exactly what she wants of you. She just said that it was a matter of life and death, and that if you don't talk to her before nightfall tonight, someone's probably going to die.
Well, that's compelling enough.
We go together. We don't send Lillison alone.
We don't send anybody alone. We'll go. Tell the Baroness we'll be along once we've sorted out a few matters of our own.
He nods gratefully, exhaling, looking very relieved. Right, good. And he glances up at the sky, which by now is, kind of middling afternoon, approaching later. And you'll be by before dusk, right? She said that was very important.
Yes, we will.
Good. Right. Thank you. And he just kind of nods gratefully. And you're noticing this, he looks remarkably sense of dishevelment and just frantic anxiety, which is a far clash from the kind of raucous party goer that you first encountered at the inn. He just gives another nod, almost approaching a bow, and then almost as if he's not quite sure what he's doing, begins stumbling his way down the street away from you, presumably toward Voctor House.
Earthendir wants to know something. Does he look like he's under the effects of just normal stress, anxiety, sleep deprivation? Or is he acting like he's under a spell?
Make an insight check.
7.
Tough to read. You're feeling pretty exhausted right now, so you're not entirely sure.
Fair. Well, I vote we don't hand off the gem until later. I don't want to. I feel like that's going to be an event, and I think we need to go to this.
No. I think we need to give the gem first and keep it far away from her.
Right.
do we want to potentially put Irina in her grasp as well?
No, I think we should leave some people behind, and maybe only the associates and perhaps our darling badass Ez can come with us.
I don't know. The last time we left folks alone in Vallaki, he kind of looks over at Irina and winces.
Okay, fair enough. I will stay by Irina's side and make sure that nothing happens to her. And
you are also bleeding from 8 different wounds.
Look, you're not going without me. So I will keep Irina next to me, and we'll make sure that we drop the gem off first, though. Fiona should not have the gem.
Yeah.
I have a bit of a crazy idea.
What is it?
And you would notice too that somewhere along the way, I'd put on a disguise, and I look like one of the wolf hunters that led us out here in the first place.
Yeah.
But I mean, I could, go as her, just in case, red herring and all that.
I don't think you can do the accent.
Well, I can try.
Earthendir looks at her and looks over at Irina in kind of incredulity.
That's not red herring. That's brown herring.
It's a good one.
That a euphemism?
I don't think so. Like, cause her hair's dyed. We dyed her hair brown, and because her real hair is red, and so instead of a red herring, it's a brown.
Kiva just
Come
looks
on, it's
over at
fine.
Irina and just like, I'm so sorry, but with her eyes.
Irina, love, what do you want to do?
She frowns, kind of glancing around the rest of you. I mean, as far as I can tell, sticking together has seemed safe enough. But then again, I don't know. If you think it might be a risk, especially given what you've told me of Lady Factor's associates or interests, then I mean, perhaps it might be better.
Listen, I think that having Ismark and Irina with the gem at the inn, with the Markovs, it's going to be a lot harder for anyone to get their hands on her.
Yeah, no, that I right. The Mardikovs are a united front. They'll be fine.
We hope they are a united front right at the moment.
Familially united front, if not in other ways at the moment.
Also, yeah, are we talking about this like while we're walking towards the inn
I think
or
while
something?
we're walking, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, all right, that works. Let's get this over with.
All right, so is it just Ismark and Irina, or who's staying at the inn?
I think just Ismark and Irina, yeah.
Yeah, I think we want Ez with us, just in case she has to blast someone with a lightning bolt.
Yeah, we're all running a bit low on
She has
everything.
no lightning bolts left. She
Dang.
will have told you that.
Well, Earthendeer's on 2 spell slots, so,
So then maybe Ez stays behind as well then.
might be good to not give Lady Water any more information than she needs about Esmeralda. That's probably wise.
That Esmeralda glances at Kiva. Right then. Actually, if you don't mind, I think you mentioned at some points that you didn't entirely enjoy the company. If you'd like, you can go with the other Zor. If you were looking to stay at Zian's, there was something I wanted to talk about to you. We can wait till tonight. So.
Oh, me? Well, maybe... I mean, we could... Yeah, let's talk tonight, but, can you, keep track of the, and she just sort of, like, gets in real close and, like, hands off the sun sword.
Her eyes go wide open, and she kind of pushes it, like, back toward your grasp, looking around to see if anyone saw. I think it might be best if you keep a hold of this, especially if something does happen. You're going to need it more than I. I can handle myself and the others. Don't worry about us. We're going to be behind the threshold. You should take hold of this. I can't even use it.
Okay. I just thought it might be safer with you.
No,
'cause you're so
I
strong
appreciate
and,
that.
yeah, no.
You're going to be fine. You're more than capable. All right.
Kiva, oh my goodness. Whew. See, this would be a good moment for like to push the hair out of the face. You know what I'm saying? Gay shit. So she'll just, she's like, tonight. I'll find you tonight.
All right, sounds good. She glances over at Irina Ismark as by now you realize you've approached the exterior of the Blue Water Inn. All right, then. I suppose we'll hold up here and see to get ourselves situated, and we'll see you when you come back.
See you then. Take care.
She gives a nod and a small grin, Ismark and Irina offering waves, and then begin making their way toward the Blue Water Inn as you peel off along the northern route and begin traveling toward Wachter House and Lady Voctor's quest. And that is where we will take our break.
Whew. That
We
was
got
the
a new
first
gem.
half.
Be fun.
We got incentive for Lillison to betray us all.
I think we're gonna be all right, guys. I think this just made us stronger together, brought us together.
I am loving the inter-party conflict, though. Like, I think it's just every time I listen to you guys roleplay, I'm just like, oh my god, please keep going forever. So good.
You assumed that Lillison needed more incentive to betray you all.
She has been ready since session 1.
God, if I have to bring in a new PC, not because someone died, but because someone actually took Strahd up on his offer, that'd be hilarious.
We'll talk over break. We'll talk over break.
That would be the bee's pajamas.
Love it. Anyways, beautiful. Okay, so as always, we will pick back up after a 15-minute break. Until then, we do have a few other messages from our community. This week on Fireside Chats, I spoke with Shiplukas, a producer, about approach to DMing that I like to call proactive DMing, which some of you might have already done a bit with without entirely realizing it. So please enjoy that, and we will see you back here soon.
Welcome to Fireside Chat, a short interlude with weekly features, where I, your host Lucas, will be showcasing and interviewing prominent D&D creators. This week, we are talking to Dragna Carter, the author of Strahd Reloaded, and the Dungeon Master of Twice Bitten, about proactive DMing and how that may apply to running Strahd. What is proactive DMing and why is it helpful?
So Matt Colville recently published a video about railroading and player agency, in which he pointed out that railroading is problematic because it restrains player agency. That is, the ability of your players to solve problems and engage with the world in their own way. Something that a lot of DMs fail to realize is that we, like players, have our own sense of agency. That is, our ability to present problems and engage with the players in a dynamic way. Proactive DMing is a strategy that recognizes this approach and aims to maximize its benefits. Now, I know that kind of sounds a little bit weird, just because, as DMs, the idea is obvious. We are the master of the world, we can present challenges, present problems, we have all of the agency, right? But I would say that most D&D modules and homebrew campaigns, at least in my experience, focus on a model of DMing that I would call fundamentally reactive, or passive. The DM creates content that the PCs might enjoy, like a murder mystery or a dungeon full of kobolds, creates a hook to get the PCs interested and invested, and then basically runs the whole thing on autopilot. I want to be clear, this is not a bad way to approach the game. It's fundamentally structurally sound, and it can be a hugely rewarding approach, especially if you're a new DM who might struggle with more dynamic content, or if you might be more comfortable with static dungeons or situations. Everyone loves a good dungeon crawl once in a while, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. So if you're a reactive DM, you might watch the PCs take a long rest in a dungeon, or steal a dragon's hoard, or annoy the queen by spray painting her throne and ask, okay, so how will the world react to this? Proactive DMing looks at that situation and tries to take it one step further. Here, a proactive DM does that sort of reaction naturally where appropriate, but also recognizes that the entities within the world, that is, NPCs, factions, and other institutions, have their own agency as well, and works to allow those entities to have an active impact on the narrative that the players have to react to. In other words, if your players can spray paint the royal castle, why isn't someone spray painting the PC's tiny hut, There's a great moment in Season 2 of Critical Role that really speaks to this kind of strategy. There's one episode, and apologies for minor spoilers, where the party is traveling in the frozen north alongside an unexpected group of traveling companions. They know where they're headed, they have a vague idea of what they want to do when they get there, and they're actively scheming and trying to make some kind of plan. Then, just when they're getting ready for the big day of arrival, their NPC companions do something totally unexpected that forces the PCs to throw their plans in the garbage and just radically changes the direction of that campaign arc. One of the most powerful things a DM can do to make their players feel immersed in the setting is to show that the world continues to move even when the PCs aren't looking at it. Maybe they turned down a quest hook and a dragon burned down their village. Maybe their mentor got married or robbed or assassinated while they were away. Maybe there's an entire war going on at the edges of the Empire, just leagues away, that is constantly evolving and that the PCs have absolutely nothing to do with. Now, proactive DMing is the act of taking that mindset and applying it to the current narrative arc. Now, the world is still dynamically evolving and acting around the PCs, but now it's doing so in a place where the PCs can see it. that has a lot of huge and potentially positive ramifications for things like pacing, urgency, and player direction. If your players feel complacent and confident in their ability to handle a situation, adding in a dynamic, proactive element is a great way to push them forward and give them a real sense of urgency while raising the stakes and removing that sense of predictability. After all, while predictable stories can be enjoyable, there's not really anything I've found like the heart-pumping adrenaline that comes out when nobody's really sure where the dice are going to fall. I do want to make 3 things clear though. First, proactive DMing is not just pre-planning developments that might occur if your PCs do certain specific triggers, like Gandalf falling into Moria when confronted by the Balrog. It's also not railroading, where you plan big reveals and then force them to happen, say because you want to funnel your PCs toward a big explosive moment where you reveal that one of their friends was a traitor all along. Instead, proactive DMing is a mindset that holds that the conditions on the ground should never be fixed, that NPCs and other entities have their own agency and goals and should be free to pursue them, that circumstances can and should change, and that a dynamic, evolving situation can be far more exciting and interesting than a static one.
How, where, and when might you use this approach? What does it look like in practice?
So, whenever I'm starting my preparations for a session, I ask myself a few quick questions. Are my players lost? Are they unmotivated? Are they moving too slowly, or are they complacent? Are they feeling too cocky? If the answer to any of these questions is yes, then my next question is, what can I change about the world to remove that sense of comfort, point them in a stronger direction, and put a proper fire beneath their rear ends? There's this approach to analyzing literature and other media that I think might be helpful here. First, there's something called a Watsonian perspective, named for Dr. John Watson of the Sherlock Holmes stories. Then there's a Doyleist perspective, named for Arthur Conan Doyle, the author of those stories. Basically, when you're looking at a story through a Watsonian perspective, what you're asking is, why did the characters, as if they were real people, choose to do what they did? So if Dr. John Watson goes to Sherlock and says, hey, I think we should investigate this kind of clue, or we should talk to this witness, that's because Dr. Watson himself believes that's a good thing to do, and he's just acting things out in a way that makes sense for him. A Doyleist perspective, by contrast, asks why the author chose to have those characters do what they did. Through this lens, we kind of say, Dr. Watson is not a real person. He's a fictional construct created to tell an engaging story and achieve certain goals. So, through a Doyleist perspective, we ask, so why did Arthur Conan Doyle choose to have Dr. Watson do the things that he did? The session preparations I've been describing are examples of a Doyleist framework, where we're talking about maybe the DM has a metatextual goal that they want to accomplish, such as motivating their players or hiking up the excitement and intrigue, and so they choose to have dynamic events to take place for those reasons. But you should also, when you're kind of talking about proactive DMing, consider the Watsonian approach. Sometimes, you can and should have NPCs or the world do dynamic things solely because there's an in-universe reason for them to do so, if for no other reason than to promote verisimilitude and to show yourself and your players that wheels keep turning, even when the players are achieving their own agendas. If the PCs are traveling with a thief, it stands to reason that the thief might want to rob them. If the PCs are rivals with another adventuring party, it makes sense that this other party might try to sabotage or compete with them. Maybe the PCs have made enemies of a powerful duke. In this case, it's not surprising that the Duke sends out his guards to harass or arrest them while the PCs are in the middle of doing something else entirely. There's also another reason to lean on proactive DMing as an approach, especially when you're running a module. Lots of published campaigns have special events, certain developments that happen at some point that just occur based on certain triggered conditions. Sometimes the text might suggest that this event happens off-screen. St. Angel's Feast in Vallaki in Curse of Strahd is one great example. But then again, if your PCs are doing something relevant in a relevant location, then maybe it makes perfect sense to have this event take place on-screen, either as a hazard that complicates the PC's efforts or as a segue into additional hooks or information. What you're doing here then is just you're providing more content and you're changing the scene. You're changing the ground beneath the PC's feet and you're making them confront things in a new way that they hadn't been prepared for or expected to do. And in practice, this style of DMing might look like a big game of chess between the PCs and the DM. Usually in kind of dungeon crawl style DMing, the DM sets out all the pieces on their side of the board and then just doesn't move them, while the PCs play out their side of the board and knock the DM's pieces over. Proactive DMing asks, okay, but what happens if the DM is also actively moving pieces every turn? What happens if the DM brings in new pieces that the DM knew were there, but that the players didn't expect? These kinds of choices can present a really fascinating opportunity to create engaging and memorable narrative beats that can surprise and delight your players.
What does proactive DMing look like in a Curse of Strahd campaign? Are there any specific advantages to this approach in Strahd as opposed to another module?
So, most modules are, like I mentioned before, kind of inherently reactive. There's a dungeon, the PCs go inside the dungeon, the PCs clear the dungeon, and then they find a hook to the next dungeon. Sometimes different things can happen based on what the PCs do in the dungeon, or which of multiple dungeons they choose to complete. And sometimes the dungeon isn't really a strict dungeon, technically, but it's more of a set piece. But ultimately what it comes down to is that the DM is usually forced to react to what the PCs choose to do. Whether you're looking at Lost Mine of Phandelver, or looking at Descent into Avernus, this is a very common and very workable structure. But Curse of Strahd is different because it just, by virtue of existing, it gives you an extremely proactive chess piece that most DMs have not really had an opportunity to deal with in the past, Strahd von Zarovich himself. Instead of a structure that's rooted in place like a house of Monopoly or a limited piece that can only move in certain ways like a pawn on a chessboard, Strahd is the queen of his own chessboard. He can move anywhere he likes and do anything he wants, and, as the module makes perfectly clear, he actively wants to do things. In the module as written, Strahd has a few broad goals and methods. He wants to find a successor, turn interesting people into consorts, and otherwise corrupt and crush the PC's spirits and bodies as amuses him best. That makes for a lot of potential agency, and in most campaigns he can pursue a lot of these goals at the same time, which means that you have a lot of leeway to make him work for you. In Twice Bitten, for example, all three Strahd encounters the players have had so far, aside from St. Andrew's Feast, which is a bit of a scripted event, all of them were instances that I consciously decided that Strahd had good reason to appear, that his appearance would help drive the story forward, and that his appearance would help further shape the characters' narratives while raising the tension and stakes in some way. Let's start with the Black Carriage. Here, the PCs didn't really understand the nature of Barovia as a realm and didn't really appreciate Strahd as a character. However, I reasoned that Strahd wouldn't want to beat the PCs into the ground, he'd probably want to leave open the option of future diplomacy or other means of engagement, but while still impressing his will and dominance upon them. So, I built an encounter that tried to create an antagonistic relationship without forcing them into open hostilities, but which still made sure that the PCs knew that Strahd was this bad dude who could and would do bad things to them. I repeated this in Vallaki and Kresk, at the Blue Water Inn, to make sure that they knew that Vallaki wasn't safe from Strahd, and Krezik to infuse that sense of urgency and need as they went to meet Madame Ava at Serre Pool. And in each of these three encounters, the players had no idea that Strahd was waiting for them around the corner. And in each of these three encounters, Strahd's appearance and actions radically changed the tone of the narrative and just upended the players' understanding of what they thought was possible and who or what they thought Strahd was. This is part of what makes Vallaki, actually, such a fascinating centerpiece of the module as well. It's constantly evolving in ways that the players might not expect. When the PCs were infiltrating the Baron's manor to steal the Baroness's wedding dress, I knew that Lady Voctor had been stirring up dissent, and that the townsfolk were already enraged due to St. Andrew's Feast. As per the book's timeline of a few days after the feast, I had already predetermined the date and time that the revolution would take place. But, as I prepped for this session, I realized that this date would come a full day after the PCs chose to invade the manor. So, I decided to move the revolution a day backward in time and shift it from dusk to, maybe the exact moment when Kiva and her companions arrived at the manor to give Erthrindir and Lolison backup. Was it a little bit too convenient? Maybe. Did it make for a more engaging, tense, and exciting scene that I felt radically changed the players' expectations for and relationship with Vallaki? Absolutely. And that's the kind of mindset that I heavily recommend bringing to the table. If something exciting and challenging can happen on screen, make it happen. You're the DM, you have that power. If there's a dynamic actor somewhere in the world that has a private agenda that might clash with or upend the expectations of your PCs as they try to complete their current quest, plot that shit out. You don't have to, and you probably shouldn't make all of your sessions dynamic to the point of being totally unpredictable, but even just a subtle spice of proactive efforts can make your campaigns that much more engaging, rewarding, and memorable. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten. Hope you enjoyed the break, and thank you for sticking with us. Before we get started, as always, first off, thank you to all of our raiders and viewers. We love you guys and appreciate you spending your Saturdays with us. As always, thank you to our virtual tabletop sponsor for the campaign, Foundry VTT, and also big shout out to Neutral Party, the artist who did the commission for the Esterhill map that we used for the initial combat in this session and the ending of last, which you can find on the Curse of Strahd subreddit on the Yesterhill page of the sticky thread right at the top. So, quick reminder, we will be taking off next Saturday, May 1st, and we will be returning May 8th. Hopefully, I know that we will, be very sad and lonely without y'all and each other. After all, who would we be if we couldn't suffer in Barovia for every week? But we will see you when we're back. Otherwise, Twy, how's Twitch looking?
Hey kids, do you like violence? Then you're going to love
God.
Twice Bitten D&D on Twitch. We've got all kinds of violence. Violence against trees, violence against small animals being controlled by a vampire, violence against fashion on Earthrendir's part, violence against good taste, violence against trust, and thankfully a remarkable lack of violence against a small, lovely little pig named Truffle. So, if you want to be part of the violence live, then subscribe, either with $5 a month or with good old Amazon Prime. And your money goes towards making sure the violence is interesting, spectacular, and on par from what you expect from your vampire hunting / crying needs, both of which we're happy to provide. Serena?
I can't. I can't do it.
I regret cutting all of these out of the podcast version. Like, my God, Earthrendir.
Yeah, you should. You should regret it.
What a crime against humanity.
Make a super mix of it for a podcast. Just take all of them and put them together.
I think I will.
Well, on that note, if you like what you're seeing or listening to for the podcast Supercut, you can join us on our very own subreddit, reddit.com/r/twicebitten D&D for it's really rough to speak today. And subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/c/our Curse of Strahd for all of our past sessions, fireside chats, video essays, and highlights from the stream. As always, fan art that you want to submit, questions can go to the email, twicebittencos@gmail.com. I'm done.
Beautiful. Thank you, Serena. Thank you, Twy. Thank you, Kaya, and all. So, thank you to everyone for sticking around. I think we've gotten through everything that needs to be gotten through. So, without any further ado, let's dive right back in. So, together, making your way beyond the Blue Water Inn as you see Esmeralda, Irina, and Ismark peeling off of the group with the enchanted gem from Yesterhill in tow, the rest of you begin traveling northward along Vallaki's side central avenue toward the familiar location of Vocterhouse, Lady or perhaps Baroness Fiona Vocter's estate. It's not long as you travel before you find it coming once more into view, encircled by small swirls of mist, the old estate slouching in its place on the side of the road, beyond the cast iron fence that surrounds it, the old ivy and vines that cling to the roofs and the flickering of candlelight beyond the dark windows. You can see standing at the entrance to the estate a pair of guards standing beside two cloaked figures. No, make that three. Two of them with scimitars at their sides, and one, a tall young woman with an unsettling glare who seems to be wearing something on a cord around her neck that kind of vanishes beneath the tunic that she wears. They watch as you approach, and the young woman nods to one of the guards, who kind of clears his throat and steps forward. Right, you would be Lady Tornsale and Company, yes?
Yes.
Excellent. Lady Vocter is expecting you. Right this way, please.
Thank you.
And he's kind of elbowed by his compatriot. Goes, sorry, Baroness Vocter will see you. Kind of gives an awkward hapless grin that has approximately zero mirth behind it, and begins leading you along the earth trail toward the front of the home.
Kiva just nudges Metreon and goes, "It's a long way from punishment for unhappiness."
Ooh, Baroness, how fancy.
Didn't you always have that title, though?
No, she was just a lady.
Yeah, I think Baroness is a discreet thing.
It's not that discreet.
Yeah, she's been being called it everywhere.
Not that kind of. With the TE, you just. Let's go.
I trust all of you will pretend to be polite inside.
I'll give it a go. I can't promise nothing, though.
I'll just stand in the back and try not to make any noise.
Well, Kiva, you did very well before, and Metreon, I look forward to seeing your performance.
He just smiles.
The guard leads you to the front door of the estate, raises a hand and knocks twice using the old knocker upon the door. There's a few moments before the door is opened so quickly that you suspect that whoever was opening it was not far from the entryway. And as it opens, looking into the narrow vestibule of the inside, you see the young man who had first met you outside of the gates. "Oh, right, good. You came." He gives a nod to the guard who escorted you. "Right, I'll take him in. Thank you." He kind of steps back a bit awkwardly, and it becomes clear that he's expecting you to step inside.
Lillison will step inside.
Yeah.
The rest of us will, I guess. Metron will go in as Irina.
Okay, I'm assuming you did this en route?
Yes.
Okay. Very good.
If that's the case, Lillison wouldn't have used the name Metreon, but
Gotcha. We'll do a little bit of retroactive. That's fine. So, as the group of you step in, along with Irina, quote unquote, the door closes behind you, and you see the three familiar stained glass doors leading forth, one toward what you remember to be the dining room and parlor. You can see the tall stone staircase leading toward the second floor from here. And as he takes you inside and closes the door shut, the young man kind of looks toward each of you, and you see kind of shadow for a second pass his face, and he says, "If you don't mind, before she gets down here, just is it true that it's all gone?" The wine.
What's
that is.
all gone? Well, I mean, the whole binary was crushed to bits, and everyone who survived is now a refugee without a home. So, yeah, I'd say if the wine is your priority, it's gone.
He looks simultaneously both vaguely guilty and absolutely crushed. And as soon as he kind of, just gives a half-hearted jerk of the head in response, you hear footsteps coming from the upper landing of the staircase. And you see the elegant form of Fiona Voctor descending in her a similar dress to the one that she wore, of darker colors inlaid at points with small scarlet spirals that run across the shoulder pads. The dress itself turning to a darker black, almost indigo tinge in places, as she gracefully descends the stairs toward you. "Welcome, my friends. Very good, Nikolai. That will be all." She gives him a firm, prim nod as she makes her way to the bottom landing, and he just kind of gives a unsteady bow to his mother. "To your room, dear. I'll call for you when our business is finished." He kind of just stammers out some kind of affirmation and steps upstairs. As his footsteps thunder up toward the second floor away from you, Fiona turns back toward the group of you. "Very good. Well, I must say that I am quite grateful that you chose to meet me on such short notice. If you would please, into the parlor for a bit more comfortable seating.
Yeah.
Honored by your invitation, Baroness. We understand that there is something to discuss of great urgency.
Indeed. And she gives you a nod of her head, but you see kind of a small sparkle of satisfaction at the usage of the new title. Now, if you would please. And she ushers you into the next room. There you can see the familiar dark dining room table, the chairs around it, the place is neatly set. But this time you don't go to the dining room. And you notice that the table itself is not fully set, only perhaps for members of a family. As she leads you instead into the parlor, where a low fire burns on the hearth. Taking a seat on an armchair and gesturing for each of you to take a seat across from her.
Lilison will pick the seat that's most directly across from her.
There certainly is one available. She seems to have taken a position that allows her to best surveil the rest of the room. So you can certainly take up an opposition point. As each of you takes your seats, she steeples her fingers and leans forward in her chair. So, it is of course my pleasure to welcome you back to my home. It has been some time since last we spoke. You've made quite an impression of yourselves, I must say. Why, I'm sure I must compliment you on your recent humanitarian efforts. From what I hear, you seem to have been quite vital in assisting a treasured number of friends of Vallaki.
We are honored that you have deigned to take notice. I take it that they are doing well.
From what I have heard, to my knowledge, the good owners of the Blue Water Inn tend to their own. But nonetheless, I am impressed with the activities that you've taken up with. I do sympathize with the tragedy the poor folk have faced, but I am certain that their hearts must be lightened somewhat by the sign that there is some good in the world. And she looks out across each of you with a small quirk of her mouth that you imagine is meant to be a comforting smile.
What's going on?
Well, right to the chase then. I appreciate that.
You said there's danger.
Indeed. She leans back in the chair, her hands on either side of it. Yes, well, something you may have heard, as is common talk in the streets, I am told, is that there have been several casualties in the streets of Vallaki for a number of days now, a number of nights, I should say. On several occasions, a body has been found in public view, quite deceased, with a singular marking of death upon inspection. The marking that has been found seems quite indicative of the nature of death, especially given that those located seem to have had much of their bodily fluids removed. And a sort of exsanguination, if you please.
Do you mean a vampire, then?
That is our current working suspicion, yes. Especially in the wake, as I'm sure you remember, of the troubles at the church not long ago.
The massacre, you mean?
She offers you a very tight smile. Yes.
So some of those are still out there, then?
That would seem to be the most reasonable conclusion. Now, I do believe that it is important to avoid overmuch conflict or complications in such matters. Such things do at times have ways of working themselves through, but as Baroness, it is my duty to ensure that I am not leaving any stone unturned in my efforts to ensure the safety of the people that I am serving. Yes? So, however, with that in mind, my own people have faced difficulties in locating and, on rare occasion, dealing with whatever it is that is causing these unfortunate events. Given your prior exceptional work on my behalf, and she gives Lillison a nod with a very knowing look in her eyes, I thought it only prudent to see to it that you might be amenable to the prospect of investigating and putting a stop to these killings.
Who's to say that Strahd would not send any more after, say, this one is exterminated?
Give me a performance check, please.
Sure
if you're
thing.
mimicking Irina's voice.
Kiva's just clutching her heart in the back.
It's a 14.
Okay. Fiona gives you a kind of a lingering look for a moment. She doesn't seem to be overly suspicious as far as you can tell, but just kind of a sorry, can you repeat your statement again?
Kiva's just like, because she could tell that that's not a very good Irina voice. Not that she's an expert or anything. She's just sort of like cringing a little bit, and also feels very awkward because she's like doused in blood still.
Yes. But yes, in all actuality, Metron, my mind lost the words. If you could repeat the gist.
But who's to say that Strahd will not send another in his place once we exterminate it?
She fixes you with a level look. My dear, Count Strahd von Zarevich may be many things, but a wanton, careless killer is not one of them.
Are vampires not all under his employ, though?
Oh, well, in a manner of speaking. Of course, they are his children, after all. But, well, my own children have faced their own difficulties with compliance in the past. I would not be surprised if Count von Zarevich faces similar troubles with the excesses of his own spawn. He has at times been negligent, I concede, to the activities of those under his domain. As self-sufficient members of his valley, we must, well, it falls upon us to ensure that we are taking matters proactively. Yes?
Of course.
So that's it then? That you want us to go out and hunt these things down?
Well, certainly if you find more flexible means, whatever may be said, if it is a vampire, they are intelligent creatures, I understand. You may find yourselves able to come to some sort of agreement, but yes, if necessary, some sort of forceful removal from the premises of my town would be appreciated.
And I trust that if we are able to come to some sort of amiable agreement, that we should be empowered to offer certain things, not simply from our own behalves.
Fiona raises an eyebrow toward you.
We
Yeah.
have very little bargaining power in our own selves, after all.
It may be so. But suffice it to say that I have full faith in your personal capabilities. If by some reason you think that there may be something you may offer, such a thing, to persuade it, then by all means, my ears are open.
What if we're not successful in stopping them?
Well,
Do we then end up on your bad side?
well, I believe that you are quite capable. If you are unable to come to a amiable agreement, or you find or suspect that doing so may be impossible, then I do not object to more forceful methods. Perhaps more permanent ones. She pauses for a second, looking thoughtful, and you see almost a pale shade cross her face as she almost seems unsure of what you just said. But in any event, if you prove incapable of doing so, then, well, I do not presume any sort of, well, vengeance on my behalf, certainly if you seem to be implying such a thing, but I shall be disappointed.
Is that all? And as I'm asking that, I'd like to insight to see if she's if that's all the punishment.
Yeah,
or
yeah. Kiva would like
consequence
to
of
do that as well.
By all means, make an insight check.
Oh, that's a natural 1, so 2.
16.
Okay, Metroing, you can't glean much. You're still, you're kind of over-focusing on keeping the facade up, focusing on the illusion, and you find yourself catching yourself every other word, so you're not focused as much on Fiona as you'd like. But Kiva, you've got sharp eyes for this woman, kind of looking for any semblance of something that might go wrong. And as far as you can glean, she doesn't seem to be threatening toward you. This doesn't seem to be a sort of test of loyalty of sorts. And you did get that kind of sense from her when she was speaking of the Baron and her own plans for him. This feels more like a flicker of desperation and personal need. Not clear desperation, but
Yeah.
but it feels like she's got a personal stake in this and is looking for someone to help her pull out of whatever she's in.
Okay. And maybe this is a separate check, but does she seem more particularly interested in us not using like lethal force? Like, and is there perhaps a reason why? Is it because like she's not trying to upset Strahd, or like is that a separate roll that I'd need to make for that sort of difference?
I would say it's the same roll is fine, given that you rolled over 15. I would say that when she was talking about non-lethal force, she doesn't seem to be, well, when she talked about lethal force, she did seem kind of pale at the suggestion, almost as if she was uncomfortable for suggesting it. But it seems to be some combination of a tinge of, wow, I'm talking smack about one of Strahd's servants, but mostly it seems to be you're getting vibes of very strong Lillison vibes, like incapacity to suggest anything that doesn't involve at least the option of diplomacy.
Got it. Okay. Kiva
Yes.
just sort of folds her arms across her chest and nods a little bit. She's still sort of sizing her up, and she looks like she wants to say something else. It's very clearly written on her face, but she's not going to.
Amity will ask, how would we know where whatever it is are?
Yes, well, there are two things that I can provide you with on that front. And I must say I'm grateful for your interest in this pursuit. It is deeply appreciated by the people of Vallaki. There are two leads that I might suggest. First is a witness who observed one of these attacks, at least for a brief period. The other being an individual who might have observed on some certain occasion some indication of where the predator in question has gone after performing its activities.
All right. That's something to start with, I suppose.
Baroness, you understand that we are deeply concerned about the well-being of those citizens under your care, and we would be remiss to not lift a hand to help, but, well, we are tired, we are hurt. We may not be at our best right at the moment. This is an urgent matter, you say?
You see her listen to your words, and then she looks over the lot of you, and almost for the first time, you feel her take in the kind of torn, bloody, ragged nature of the clothes and weapons you bear. Her eyebrows raise very slightly into her forehead, and she opens her mouth as if to ask a question and then closes it, perhaps thinking better of herself. Well, I do understand that such efforts can be challenging, of course, but I will note that these attacks have come nightly, ever since the troubles at the church. I will tell you that I understand your own concerns, and, well, I've certainly done my best to add to whatever reluctance the folk may have had to venturing out into the streets in the wake of the recent events.
Wait.
But
Nightly, who have they been hitting? Folks out for walks? Folks in, is it just passersby? Who are they, like, where are they finding these people?
As far as we can glean, well, it's been difficult thus far. As I mentioned, we only had one witness of an attack in progress. The other victims have been found, well, in a central location, with no clear indication of where they had been taken from.
Damn. But you're fairly sure these have been happening at night?
Indeed.
Then
Every time that they've been found, which has been nightly, the bodies have been found just at the base of the front steps of the church.
Then can you call
Every morning without fail.
Then can you call a curfew for the time being? These things can't enter dwellings. If you could cut it off before nighttime falls, probably can save some lives. And give us a little bit more time. As my companion said, we've run ourselves ragged. We'll do what we presuming we come to an agreement, we will do what we can. But I can't guarantee we can get even one of these tonight in the condition we're in, unfortunately.
Baroness, you said that there were witnesses. Did they have any descriptions of this attacker?
She looks toward you and nods. Well, as for the first, to answer your question, we do have a bit of a description. If you'd like, I can bring our witness in. She's actually right outside. As to your question, she looks toward Erthrindir. A curfew would be preferable, and indeed, I do not believe that for over much of the population there'd be any to enforce it. The trouble becomes that a curfew is, well, must be enforced, yes? And the walls must be watched.
Point taken.
How many guardsmen and guardswomen could you call at command?
At a command? Well, she looks thoughtful for a moment. If need be, well, we have just under 24 trained under previous leadership, and a number of my own associates that you might have seen throughout town, somewhat more amateurs, but nonetheless dedicated to the work of the militia. Several dozen, perhaps, if need be, but from what I've heard of these creatures, even a small army may not be enough to put one down without, well, the capabilities you and your friends have displayed.
Well, leaving aside the question of whether we can accomplish this tonight, if we are to agree to undertake this, in addition to information, which would be most helpful, material assistance would also go a very long way. If there were a way to divide up the city into various watches, have each instructed to raise the cry so that we may descend upon wherever this creature has emerged. We could work out a plan, I think. And, as if casually, she adds, and of course, if there is any other material assistance that you could help provide, I believe some of us might be running low on crossbow bolts. Bandages would be a great help. Anything of that nature we would be most grateful for.
Make a persuasion check for me.
Kiva's just gonna flex her bloody body to add to that check, I hope.
18.
18. All right. Fiona looks thoughtful, frowning. Your second request is easier to accomplish. Should the need arise, I would be happy to provide, let us say, a budget of, well, would 25 gold be amenable for your needs?
Wilson glances around at the others because I don't think she was in Arisek's dockyards. Doesn't really know how far that will actually go.
Erthadir kind of strokes his chin for a moment. Okay, so if we need crossbow bolts, possibly armor, few... might need to be 50.
Fiona frowns. Very well. If you can provide me with an itemized list of the necessities you require and their costs, I would be capable of subsidizing them up to 50 gold.
Splendid. Thank you.
With that said, as per your formal request, and she turns once more to Lillison, my concerns with filling the streets with additional watchers is that in the absence of concrete assistance, they are at greater risk of coming to harm. Unless, well, if, as I understand, you are suggesting that matters be delayed till the morrow, then I would be reluctant to risk our town's brave defenders for lack of, well, by means of simple bait. But if you would be amenable to addressing the issue this eve by some mad means, then, well, for the sake of fortifying the interests and will of those that would serve such requests, I could see to it that they are directed appropriately.
Wilson nods slowly, then looks at everybody else. I believe, for the citizens of Vallaki, that I could undertake one more battle today. How do you all feel?
Erthadir kind of spins his wand absently in his fingers. I've got almost the most you're going to be getting from me is cantrips. I'm sorry. I'm out.
I think there is something to be said about what Erthadir had mentioned, a possible curfew. If everyone in Vallaki is inside, then it should protect them, yes?
As I mentioned to your friend, well, the idea is laudable. Curfews must be enforced, and even if there is a curfew, the walls must be watched.
You have a credible
if-
threat inside the town, do you not? Are we worried about the walls right now?
What if we just did the what if we enforced it? Maybe didn't go looking for the fight tonight, could be there if it happens, but if we're the ones enforcing the curfew, then you keep your guards on the wall, you just give us a few extra for support, and that way it's a more even trade. Because regardless, if you want me to be, yeah, she's like, regardless, if you want me to be any use, I'm close to passing out at any moment, so I need at least 4 hours. High
Could you get
charisma.
advantage? Could you get advantage because Randy and I?
Please.
These are separate conversations.
Shit. Okay.
In response, she says, I understand, but frankly, if the walls are not manned, there may be greater prices to pay, given what we know lurks beyond our gates. And I'm afraid that's a risk I cannot afford.
So if I die trying, are you going to make sure that they're taken care of?
She blinks, as if kind of somewhat confused. Do you mean the guards? Do you mean the other characters?
Like her party, or the people that she's with.
Fiona blinks. Well, I'm Uncertain what you mean? If you are
Like
incapable of
protection, like gold, like supplies.
well, as I've mentioned, should you require specific expenses, I am willing to subsidize as I'm capable.
I believe that we are willing to help. The question is just when our main strike should be. You know your resources better than we do. How do you think everybody should be deployed?
She sighs. Again, it comes to the question of whether you believe yourselves up to the task of combating such an event should it emerge tonight.
Carpenter takes a look out at the sun. About what time of day does it seem to be?
It's approaching evening. I would say, about 5 hours travel, starting at maybe 9, 10-ish. It's approaching, 4 o'clock or so.
And remind me
Maybe
how
a
we're
bit earlier.
rolling elf long rests. Is it the full 8 hours or is it just the trance?
I think the errata say it's just 4 hours, but we can check that.
Gotcha.
Well, I've
significantly
been doing it
changes our
4
answer.
hours. Yeah, I've been
Yeah.
doing the 4-hour long rest since we started, so.
Okay, if it is the 4-hour trance, then Earthwind will say, if I can get a decent trance in, I think I can do it tonight. If not, then I'm not going to be much help. So, it's y'all's call, I
So
think.
perhaps those of us who do feel fresher can go with whatever guardsmen are bravest. And half.
Get out there at any time.
How well rested do you think Metreon would be? Irina, you saw him last. How would you evaluate it?
I think he is very virile, and you should be up to the task if necessary.
He would just raises an eyebrow at the use of virile.
God.
Well, Metreon's virility or lack thereof aside, I think we can agree that this is something we're interested in trying. He looks over at Amity and the others. Y'all want to do this?
I think that we could try it.
We can decide in the moment whether we feel up to engaging it tonight or simply herding innocent townspeople out of its way. And then, when we have all our strength, when we know more about what it is and where it's going, we can plan better.
All right. Let's do Baron Water. I believe that's an acceptance from us.
Excellent. And again, I thank you for your selfishness and heroism on behalf of our good town. Now, if you would like, I would be glad to, if you are not up to or interested or available to undertake this task immediately, perhaps delaying till tomorrow, I understand the concerns you face. But if it might help, I would be glad to provide what intelligence I possess today. If you should like, I believe one of our witnesses is outside of the gates, and I could also provide you directions to another young man who might have seen something.
Please, we need to know everything we can.
Excellent. First off, if you are looking for someone who might have useful insight on the goings-on around the church, it has come to my attention that the groundskeeper of the church, a young man named Milivoy, lives quite nearby. He does seem to tend to the grounds, and as the bodies have been appearing just outside, it might be worth your time to speak with him to see if he's seen anything from his place across the way, as I understand. One of my men can offer directions.
And the other?
The other, she reaches up and claps her hands quietly. You hear the door open, and out from a small room behind her steps the familiar form of her manservant, who bows before her. Yes, my lady. Halik, if you would fetch Miss Tominsky for me, she should be right outside. We would like to speak with her about her recent experiences. The man bows. Yes, my lady. One moment, please. And he steps outside, exiting the parlor, and you're left with Fiona quietly there for a few minutes. It's not long, however, before Halik returns, the door opening to the parlor, as he is followed by the taller young woman with this kind of deep-seated, almost resting, glaring expression who follows behind him. She gives a kind of bow deeply to Fiona, who gives an incline of her head. Well, Drazinka, if you wouldn't mind, we were discussing some of the recent unpleasant events around town. And I believe, as you told me, well, the young Master Lanston experienced rather unpleasant fate at the hands of these creatures. If you wouldn't mind sharing your account of the events. The younger woman, Drazinka, clears her throat. Yes, Baroness. She kind of swallows, and you see some of the blood drain from her face. She kind of clutches reflexively, kind of her fingers curling around a sheathed dagger at her side. Her fingers kind of just twitching as her eyes kind of stare off just a bit away from you. It was night out. We were walking just by the central intersection, patrolling, Radu and I. Keeping an eye on the town, you understand. And, well, it came at us before I could see it, before either of us knew it was there. There was just a movement of a shadow, and then there were these claws on Radu's face and on his neck, and I couldn't even see the face of the thing. It was just pale, and it pulled its face into his neck, and just all of the places across it were just bloody and torn, and I could scarce see in the night. I know that Radu struggled, and I did what I could to try to free him, but no matter what we tried, it just kept healing and drinking from him, no matter how much we... And Fiona's hand kind of raises, and Drazinka immediately falls silent.
Did you recognize anything that it was wearing? I know that it was dark, but any other details that you might have?
She shakes her head. No, it was... It looked like he was wearing just kind of a tattered cloak, perhaps pale. It was difficult to tell. It was just so torn, and it looked like it was just covered in mud and dirt in places and blood. It was... She shudders. Unsettling.
And I'm
Only
sorry you
the
had
one.
to experience it.
She pauses, looking thoughtful. But, well, as far as I could glean, there was one moment, it was a bit of a flash of light, and it seemed to have... The cloak seemed to be quite pale, perhaps, at least beneath the blood in the earth, perhaps a whitish color? I'm not sure.
Okay. And did you see a direction where it left to, or anything like that?
She shakes her head. He kind of stands up a little bit straighter. I did what I had to do for matters of self-preservation.
Of course, I'm not saying anything else.
Yes, well, good.
I'm very glad that you survived. Thank you for the information.
She gives a nod to you and then looks to Fiona, who raises a hand. Very good, Mr. Minsky. You are free to go if you would like to return to your post. The young woman offers another deep bow and exits the parlor, Halik following her out. Fiona turns toward the others of you. So, That is what intelligence I have to provide at the moment. Should there be more you require, as I mentioned, the expenses, or if there's anything more you learn, I do encourage you to come to me. I welcome any updates. But again, I must thank you for the task you are undertaking. It means quite a lot to our people.
Any opportunity to put Strahd's bastards off the streets is welcome.
She gives you a flash of her eyes. Does not seem overly hostile, but enough that each of you kind of notices that that was probably the wrong thing to say. But nonetheless, she quickly disguises it, her face kind of receding to a very neutral, controlled expression again. As she smooths the pleats of her skirts. Well, regardless, is there anything more you require?
Don't believe so. We'll get you those lists once we've got them.
Very good. Then, you know where to find me should you require anything else. And best of luck. And she stands.
One more thing. Not very urgent, of course.
Yes, by all means.
How are your sons doing?
She sighs. For a moment, given your passive insight and perception, you would see kind of a genuine sort of tiredness, as well as they can be, given their antics and involvement in certain recent events. They will learn discipline eventually, I am sure. But, well, that is a mother's prerogative, is it not?
It is. And I hope your daughter is as well as she can be.
Indeed. Well, I thank you again for your company.
Yeah.
And an honor, as always. Please give our regards to your entire family.
I certainly shall. And she gives you a respectful nod.
Irina curtsies before Fiona, before standing up. Thank you for being so hospitable.
Of course. I wonder if you wouldn't mind giving my kind regards to your friend. What was his name again? Friendly man. A pity he couldn't make it today. I hope he's doing well.
We'll be sure to do so, ma'am. She just cuts off Irina's speaking.
Wonderful. Well,
Yeah.
good day. And she turns and regards the portrait of the nobleman burnt over the burning hearth, very clearly signaling that you are dismissed.
Yeah, no, Earthen will leave.
Yep, Truffle oinks, Amity leaves. Amity has something to say when we get somewhere out of earshot.
Yeah, I think we're...
We all have a lot,
Yeah.
some things to say when we're out
we
of
gotta
earshot,
file
I
out. Let's
think.
file out. Let's get out of here.
Yeah.
All right, you file out of the home down onto the earthen path. If you'd like, you can speak with one of the guards and get directions to the groundskeeper's place of residence.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah.
Right. I can say you can get that pretty easily, just getting a brief description of the home in question. Kind of this smaller shack just off to the side of the road across the ways from the church, a bit of a ways to itself. And then with that, you make your way away from Vokter House and once more into Vallaki's quiet streets.
Oh, that Barovian accent's hell on my throat.
You did a better job with it than I expected.
Yeah, that was actually good.
Thank you. But more importantly, are we really fucking doing this?
I think it's a bad idea.
Oh, it is, but regrettably, I think it's, well, not our prerogative exactly, but if we don't do it, no one else will.
Right,
But
but getting the gem, I understand. Amity said that was a means to an end, but we already have a mission here.
We can use this.
What
For
you mean?
what end?
Well, the thing is that what we want is for Strahd to not come and try to kill us for as long as possible. And for that, he has to think that we're weak. So what we can do is, if they turn out to be vampires, go, make like we're trying to hunt them down, play as weak as we can, run away, run into a house, and then they report to Strahd that we can't even take out one vampire spawn.
I mean, I think that would have worked before I started punching him in the face with my old scimitar. Like, I don't know that that's a ruse that'll fool him. He's seen us fight him.
He's seen us fight him a while ago. What level were we when that happened? I don't even remember.
5, maybe?
5.
Yeah, think about... Okay, we want him to think that we're not getting more powerful at an alarming rate.
And if we do that, then people probably die.
If we end up killing him, then a lot of people live.
Amity, there's a splendid argument to be had about short scale and long scale and the needs of the many versus the needs of the few and priorities, but in this moment, if we don't do this, people are going to keep dying. Maybe there'll be less overall if we focus all our efforts on keeping our cards close to our chest, but I'm not willing to let folks suffer if I have the power to prevent it. And I do. I hate that I do, but I do.
Kiva, as you hear those words, you feel from that connection to the back of your mind a fierce sense of agreement and determination.
She just thinks back to the Sun Sword, like, not you, just trying to, look, we have a bigger mission here. We want Strahd, right? We want Strahd, not the little guys.
You don't think it's mocking us, though. I mean, it's leaving bodies on the steps of the church.
It was taunting us directly at the end. This is for our benefit. It's gotta be.
Okay, but regardless, we have to rest first. None of us are in condition to go out like this now.
I am.
You are.
Lil, you're not going out there with some guards that you've never met before.
Of course not. Which is why... And she looks over towards Metreon and Amity.
Oh, well, you want me to come with you?
You said you were virile.
Damn.
You did say you were virile. Weird way to describe yourself.
Yeah. Want to put that virility to the test?
Oh, yeah. Metreon brushes back his short, brownish red hair. You're right. Fine. Well, you want to just go find this Milivoy?
Probably, yes, and make that list, and if nothing else, you said crossbow bolts aren't free. Well, now they seem to be.
Yeah, and we could stand to get folks some armor, too. I've kind of been realizing, as nice as that mage armor I can do is, it's also taxing, so don't think I can hit everybody I'd like to.
We can divide up the town into places where we just patrol for tonight. Not looking for a fight, just looking. And Erthrindir and Kiva, you can rest for a while and come take the shifts. Lillison is very clearly just working through tactics, talking out loud.
We all need to rest at least a little bit. We're all I think that's valuable. We just went through hell. Y'all need an hour.
We'll find a way now.
We can do our investigation. That's good. But after that, I think we all need to take a tiny bit of time.
Let's say this. How about all of us just take the hour just to, rejuvenate, rest, and maybe get a drink or two, and you and Kiva can maybe make out that list and just check on Ez and Arena, to make sure they're all right. Ismark too, and then the three of us will just we'll go see this boy and hopefully not die.
All right, I think that sounds fair.
Alrighty.
All right, I'll go see him. But look, I think in this place, there's one thing that can kill us, and that's Strahd. And if we can buy ourselves time, then, well, it's worth it.
Earthendeer just gives her a long look.
She meets his gaze, not looking particularly, I guess, sorrowful or anything. Just
No, I know. If you're sure, then that's what you're doing.
I'm not sure about anything.
Yeah, me neither. But he lets out a long breath. Be safe, okay?
Of course.
And he cups her chin in his hand and kisses her.
Yeah, she kisses him back.
Yep. And yeah, he will, with that, probably head towards the inn.
Same.
Same. Kiva's got a lady to talk to.
But some of us are heading towards Millflush, correct?
We're all going to take the hour at the inn,
Of
and
course.
the three of us are going to go out while those two talk to ladies and make up lists.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then a group of you by now has, I would say, nearly arrived outside the Blue Water Inn as you find yourselves outside the familiar structure of the tavern. And see the familiar sign, the glowing soft lights within the inn as you approach it. Making your way toward the front door, you pass through into the tap room beyond. And immediately as you do, you can see several familiar figures in the area that you entered. As you enter into this small, not small, but comfortable tavern, the tables and chairs, the familiar thick crossbars of the windows and the lanterns that cast the room below in dull orange light. You can see that the tables have been rearranged to form this long, almost dining-esque table across the center of the room, with a few other tables, a bit awkward to position to the rest of it, have been pushed off to the sides of the room. You can see sitting at this large central dining area, you recognize Stefania Mardukov, sitting toward the right side of it, speaking with Adrian Mardukov, quietly. Off to the side of the room, you can see Brahmin Bray Mardukov crouched beside a large open, what seems to be a chest of sorts, with a few small colorful objects poking out of it, while the two smaller boys, Martin and Vigo, crouched beside them, speaking quietly and clutching other small objects in their hands. And as you enter, Stefani and Adrian halt their conversation and look up at you. Adrian, waving a hand. Well, if that's not a sight for sore eyes. He and Stefania both stand.
Are you all well?
Oh, yes. As well as we can be. It's good to see you all. Especially, well, he looks a bit concerned. After, well, if you... He kind of looks over each of you, his eyebrows going up. My word, and Stefania pipes up. Goodness, you all look like you've had an incredibly rough time. Please, take a seat. Let me see if I can grab someone to see to that. Are you all okay?
Yeah, for
We
the
killed
most
that
part.
giant tree for you, so
You
feeling
what?
victorious at least.
Wait, you can't. You actually.
Well, technically, Amity did all the
Amity
work.
squeezed it like a grapefruit.
Yeah, it was incredible. It's like one moment and it was gone. Sort of saved all of our skins, I think.
It was, yeah, you should have seen it.
Amity blushes.
You immediately hear footsteps from the kitchen, and you see Dag sticking his head out halfway, kind of a somewhat damp, stained apron over his chest as he holds a half-scrubbed bowl in one hand. Wait, did I hear that correctly? You actually...
Won't be troubling y'all anymore.
His eyes widen, and he lets out... It's not quite a whoop, but it is a sound of disbelief and quiet awe. You see coming out from behind Dag, poking out their heads, Erwin and Danica. Erwin holding a spoon with some kind of brownish liquid staining the top of it, and Danica following behind. Danica looking out over each of you. Right, well, good thing you've arrived just in time for dinner. All of you look, my goodness, absolutely worse for wear, if I don't mind my saying. So, each of you, take a seat if you can. I'll let the boys get some clean water for you if you need to wash up or anything. And please do not overexert yourselves.
Adrian, Erwin, did I give you the thing?
Adrian
Sorry,
says,
Irina, not me.
"Oh yes, your friends did come back a bit before you did, about an hour or so ago. They're actually upstairs in one of the guest rooms now. They said they had a bit of a long day, but said that you'd tell more when you got here. I'm sorry, I wasn't entirely sure, but I'm presuming this was the story that you had to tell."
Yeah, it was. You mind if we get freshened up a bit first? I mean, I don't need to, but they probably do. This one's covered in blood, and he points to Kiva.
Danica
Kiva just shrugs
and
a little.
Erwin exchange a look. Erwin clears his throat. Yes, Brom, Bray, boys, if you wouldn't mind leaving Martin and Vigo alone for a moment, they'll handle themselves with the toys. Fetch us a few pails of water if you wouldn't mind. That's some good lads. And Danica glances toward Kiva, kind of inspecting her very carefully. Right, well, we're not entirely the same height, but if nothing else, I should be able to put you up with some approximately fitting clothes. Something to at least tide you over while we get the blood and dirt washed out of those ones.
Oh
Come
my
with me.
god, you're my hero.
She offers you a smile and then glances over at Erwin. Do make sure the stew doesn't burn, darling. And Erwin coughs. Danny, it's stew. It's not going to burn. And then he chuckles and heads back into the kitchen.
We appreciate the hospitality, and we'll be down lickety-split.
Yeah.
All right. Brom and Bray scamper off outside toward the well. Erwin vanishing into the kitchen, and Danica leading Kiva upstairs to the master bedroom you've seen before, and setting her up with some clean clothes and some privacy to change as she would like. At some point, you see Esmeralda, Irina, and Ismar kind of poke their heads out on the balcony on the opposite side, and then kind of coming downstairs and meeting the rest of you in the tap room.
I wave at Irina, still in Irina.
Wait, are you still in Irina's form?
Yeah, last
Jesus.
hour.
Yeah, of course
Oh
she
my
is.
god. Fucking extravagant. Irina approaches the rest of the group looking very confused. She glances toward Erthrindir. I'm going to assume that's Metreon.
It's not your twin sister, if that's what you were wondering.
Good. She just kind of nods, looking... Sure.
I really am, though. My name is Gairina, I'm kidding. Anyway, did you have a chance to give him the thing?
Are you still in disguise?
Yes.
You notice that Stefania and Adrian are looking at you, looking very confused. And now, realizing that there are two Irinas and kind of just properly registering it.
Arthur
all
Deer
right.
just mouths them a, "Don't worry about it."
Metron feels their eyes glaring at him, and he just shrugs. And like as he shakes, kind of like a dog shaking off, water from a bath, shakes off the flakes of his disguised self and goes back to Pink Boy.
Several onlookers kind of take a step back at the sight of the Arcana, but just kind of nod when they recognize you and return to what they were doing.
But yeah, did y'all get the chance to hand them over what we were planning on giving them?
Esmeralda steps forward by Irina's side. Not yet. I presume that you are looking to do it yourselves.
Given
Given the relationship you have with these folk.
Actually a really good point. Thank you for saving us from ourselves. I guess we should. Berthanir kind of looks over. Should we just do it now, or?
Before we do all of that, does one of you have a spare cloak?
Berthanir will reach into his bag and pull out a slightly moth-eaten but serviceable green one. Yeah, what you need it for?
Do you mind if I borrow that for the night?
Yeah, what you need it for?
I should have... I felt very awkward going in to see the Baroness in my traveling, not fancy clothing. It felt strange.
Oh.
I suppose I'm getting a bit self-conscious about all of this.
Oh no, that's understandable. Here, and he'll drape the cloak over his shoulders. Here, it's got the little gold clasp in front. Looks like a maple leaf. Have fun.
Thank you. Thank you.
He gives her a half smile, and then kind of apparently remembers he's supposed to be angry at her and turns away a little puffily. Well, okay. So in that case, yeah, let's go have our brouhaha with Mardikovs. Let's give them their thing, so it's no longer in our possession, so we don't have to worry about it. And then we sit down for dinner and do our... Boy, it's turned out to be a long day.
You know what's best after a long day?
What?
And he pulls out his wineskin and shakes it.
Don't taunt me. It's rude.
Let's go get some grub.
Alright, yeah, food first, that's fine. Earthendeer will heavily sit down at one of the tables.
Yeah, Mitran will as well. He will sit uncharacteristically close to Earthendeer.
A single delicate eyebrow goes up, but no more is said.
Well, Wilson's gonna actually go upstairs and start washing and maybe doing some other things. She might be pulling out a piece of paper and starting to write a letter.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, that's interesting.
Intriguing.
Where's she gonna be, room-wise? Is the door gonna be open? Could Kiva, when she's dressed, sort of, pop in?
I think she would be closing the door.
Well, fine.
So there is one available room that you can get directions to. It's the northern guest room. As far as you can glean, the other ones are fully occupied. But that seems to be the room that Esmeralda and the others were directed to when they got here. You have to take the external staircase. You can't get there by the tap room.
Okay, Lillison will go and do some washing up and then write the mysterious letter.
Okay, very good.
And Amity, assuming this is a short rest, Amity will maybe take some time, just see if she can duck into the kitchen and whip some latkes.
Oh my god.
Beautiful. Erwin is more than happy to have you there helping.
Once Kiva's dressed, she'd either find the others or find as, I think, whatever is first.
Sure. Making your way downstairs, you see Esmeralda kind of just sitting at the table, Ismark and Irina around there as well. There's just a light buzz of conversation. By now, you see that Elvira has come in from outside the inn and just kind of sat up his own place on the end, just kind of looking a bit stiff and uncomfortable. At some point, the upstairs door to the larger guest room that you previously stayed in opened, and you see Claudio, the teenage son of Stefania and Dag, kind of make his way down outside and through the front room of the door of the tap room to take a seat at the opposite end of the table.
Is Davian down here too?
You have not seen hide or hair of Davian.
Okay.
That's fair.
Makes sense. Where's the old culture at?
Adrian winces a bit. Father's been recuperating. It's been a hard number of days for him. He's upstairs in one of the chambers.
Well, fine, but we got something for him if and when he shows up.
His eyes widen. Something. Wait, you mentioned that you destroyed the. But do you mean that?
Metron tilts his head back towards Irina.
Irina kind of glances shyly around the rest of you, just kind of looking for a sign of accord.
It is your thing. You grabbed it. You go for it.
Technically, Kiva grabbed it, but
Well,
she will.
She's got it. She deserves it. Damn it.
Kiva is just an extension of Irina, though.
No.
Yeah, that's true.
Irina kind of shyly reaches into the satchel that she has at her side and pulls it out. Immediately, you see this glowing green gemstone, the same size and shape of a pine cone. Immediately, it casts this warm emerald glow upon the tap room around you, and all eyes are drawn to it immediately. You watch as Adrian sucks in a breath and Elvira looks toward it with wide eyes. Well, that's certainly some good news I hadn't expected today. Do you mind if I... And he reaches out toward Irina, who shakes her. No, not at all. And she hands it to him. He turns it over in his hands. Goodness. The things you take for granted over the course of one's life. Never thought that we would see these again. At least one of these. Well, his shoulders kind of slump a bit. I don't know what we might do with it now, given well, what's left or what's not left, but I must say, thank you. This is more than we ever expected to get back from what they took.
Now, Earthrendir kind of smiles at him. It's all right if it's complicated. You've lost your home. You're allowed to be. This doesn't make up for that. You're still allowed to grieve, but it means that when the time comes, and when the sun shines again, you can make a new one. That's... doesn't take away now, but it's worth something.
He just stares at it for a moment. Well, glances up toward you. If nothing else, this is... Again, I want you to know we are most certainly appreciative. This is more than we ever expected to get back from what we'd lost. Honestly, I would... I know that... And he looks thoughtful for a moment. I don't presume to know exactly what it is you need my father for, but if it would help... And he kind of sets its pine cone gem back onto the table and just pushes it very thoughtfully in front of him. If it might help, if you think it would at least, well, it might make for a stronger argument if he learns of this from you rather than us.
If you wouldn't mind, then thank you. We promised to give him
Closes his eyes. Truth be told, he's been restless since he's been here. And, well, it's not my place to speak to it, but if nothing else, knowing that, well, receiving something like this from, well, if you don't mind me saying so, outsiders, might be something that can remind him that there's a bit more good in the world than he would have expected, especially after our mother, well, regardless, I think he might appreciate it.
Thank you. And we'll be sure to do that. We promised to give him 2 days, so tomorrow morning.
He nods. Right, well, shouldn't be a problem. He's been taking many of his meals upstairs regardless, so.
Well, for now, we've got a meal of our own. You see, for whatever reason, Earthrendir wipes away a quiet tear. Now, come on, there's no time for this. We've got a lovely gathering, lovely people, and he kind of looks over at the others. And did I ever tell y'all the story about the Offstrin sea druids? Kind of what we were doing today reminded me. It's a remarkable people they were. Old.
As you say this, beginning to tell into a story, you hear footsteps as Danica enters the room again. Right, so many wonderful people and so many wonderful hands to help me set the table.
Earthrendir laughs and stands up to start grabbing handsfuls of silverware.
Oh, but if you wouldn't mind continuing, I love a good story.
Oh, well, gladly. And yes, Earthrendir launches into the tale of the Offstrin sea druids, whose exploits were so formidable that they were a presence on every ship and stayed in the crow's nest to converse with birds and muster the winds to help the ships go where they wished. And he was using that as the Song of Rest, so each of y'all recover 1d8 extra for this short rest.
If you spend hit dice.
If you spend hit dice.
And if anyone would like to take a short rest, you're welcome to do so. This certainly
Love
constitutes
to do
one.
I believe Amne's cooking gives you one as well.
Yes, an additional 1d8 from anyone who eats some latkes, of which there are practically unlimited amount.
Oh, fuck yeah.
We'll eat all those damn latkes.
Is this what a potato is? Oh my god, Amity! How do you lucky? And he just starts double fisting them.
Oh my god, I should have made the one... What's the one Lillison talked about? Like a shod potato in ashes?
Jacket baked potatoes, yeah, in ashes. That
Right, next time.
We'll save it for a campfire. For now, I'm happy to have the Amity special, because these are wonderful, he says with his mouth 3/4 full.
And continuing on, you're able to set the table, pull your things together, and begin enjoying a nice meal. At one point, you see Elvira excuse himself to bring a plate of food upstairs to the private guest suite where you recall Rictavio might have stayed at one point, but knocks on the door and opens it, speaks quietly, and just deposits the food inside. You think you see Davian's face for a moment in the doorway, and then he shuts the door again and returns to the chamber. As for the rest of you, the dinner is delicious, and outside the sky is beginning to darken from grays to darker blues and blacks as sunset and dusk approach.
We gonna have some girl talk or what?
Yeah, if Ez is amenable.
All right, I'd say that you can kind of take up seats next to each other at the table while eating. Right now, she seems focused on tearing through a small loaf of bread and the wolf stew that she is rather happily consuming. But if you'd like, you can get her attention.
Yeah, Yes, Kiva will do that once she seems like she's eaten enough.
She kind of sits back and turns toward you. All right. I think we had a conversation. Yes.
Yeah, that's all you though. So I'll let you take it away then.
Sure. She kind of leans on the table, lowering her voice a bit. So, I mean, well, to start with, I just wanted to congratulate you on today's events. It was a hard-won fight. You've clearly improved greatly, even in the short times that I've known you. And, well, to say that's the least, you're a fierce fighter. I'm not sure I would ever like to test my luck against you in a fair fight.
I'm sensing there's a but coming to this conversation.
Well, what could ever give you that idea?
Well, maybe it's just my own dealings with conversations like this, but usually when someone starts off with a compliment, it's usually because something else that's going to follow is not really what.
She sighs and kind of sits back thoughtfully in her chair. Am I really that transparent?
It's just the way the world works, I think.
Right, well, I suppose that's the compliment I chose was a bit carefully worded. Well, I've had my share of fair fights in the past against, well, on few occasions, warriors is similar to yourself, but on other occasions, monsters, beasts. On one occasion, a werewolf, in fact. I was younger and cockier then. I was fresh out of my mentorship with the good doctor. And well, I thought I could take it on mano a mano, show my skills, show what I had learned. Well, that left me with a bit of a memento. Her face softens a bit, and she kind of scooches back in her chair a bit and gestures down, and you see the glint of the golden bronze metal of her prosthetic right leg.
Kiva nods thoughtfully, but waits for her to continue.
Mm-hmm. And I would say that anyone who's sitting sufficiently nearby can probably, catch up on bits of what Esmeralda is saying, given that you are sitting around a table. But she continues. Yes, well, I was lucky enough to avoid infection with lycanthropy myself, but, well, it sidelined me a bit for months while I waited for a proper replacement. But you see, when I was recovering, I had a lot of time to think about, why I was doing what I did. Because, before I met the doctor, I was not, I was not any special sort of warrior. But, in the time since I had met him, well, suffice it to say that both of us had skeletons in our closet, and I suppose that after we parted ways, I felt like I might have had something to prove. Almost as if I wanted my life to mean something, I had to put it on the line, And
Kiva shifts a little bit uncomfortably in her chair.
And well, it's easy to see to feel that way at times, and at the times that is what I felt like I had to do, But then, well, I met our very truthful friend, and well, suddenly I had a whole lot less leg. And well, like I said, I had time to think. Because, when I first started off in this line of work, I always thought that, these fights were my fights. They were, the moment when the hero rolls into town and stands off with the beasts that had terrorized the villagers. And, well, it was the moment of truth, the moment when I showed that what I had trained for had been worth it. But I realized that that wasn't what it was for, It wasn't about me. It wasn't about what I was expected to give. It was about them. It was about, the friends that I made, the good people that hosted me, the communities that were suffering, for the lost folks that, well, we had to put to rest. Because it was good work, it was important work, but I realized that I couldn't do it if I were dead.
You weren't with us when we were in the house in the village, obviously. So you don't know what everyone else does about me. I can tell you I'm not doing this because I think of myself as some hero or some savior to these people. And I have no doubt in my mind that I am not nearly as strong as I think my adrenaline likes to make me think I am. I don't think that I have quite gotten past the reckless disregard for my own life that I had when I came into this place. And certainly not when I'm... And she just sort of trails off and like gestures, vaguely to her face.
Esmeralda sighs. All right. She looks a bit chastened somewhat, but she also looks thoughtful. Look, I'm not going to ask you about things that you might not feel comfortable discussing, but let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. When you were going out there at yesterday today, what were you doing it for? Why did you bother taking your, I suppose, mace, not so, but why did you bother arming yourself at all? You could have stepped back. You could have gone back. You could have stayed in Vallaki or stayed at the tower. Why did you come to the hill and why did you fight there?
Everyone else was going, and if I can take the brunt of a focus, the people who are more tactically gifted, more magically gifted, who are faster or stronger can...
She holds up a hand, cutting you off. Look, I don't mean to be rude, but let me ask you a very simple question. And I want you to answer it honestly. And I'm sorry if this sounds crude or blunt, but if you died there today, do you think that would have at all helped Ershundir, Lilithyn, Metreon, Amity when they had to get up tomorrow and do something else that risks their lives?
Kiva, I'm not sure. I'm sorry. I wish I could say something else, but you asked for honesty, so...
That's fine. I'm sorry for putting on this as a spot like this. I just wanted to, especially given what we heard from the Baroness today, or rather what you told me you heard, because I was not there at the scene. Given what seems to be going on here and elsewhere, and given what we're up against, she kind of rubs her forehead. Look, at the end of the day, there are two possibilities. Either you are fighting for you or you are fighting for someone else. And I'm not here to tell you which one is better. I'm not here to tell you what you are supposed to do or to force you to think of things in a different way. I hope that you can remember at some point that your friends seem to believe that you don't need to prove anything, that your life is worth something, that sometimes it's worthwhile to take care of yourself for its own sake and purpose. But I'm not going to say any of that. What I'm going to just suggest is, if you're looking to do good by these people, by any people at all, you can't do it from beyond the grave. It's something that I've learned personally and that I've come frighteningly close to facing myself. And, at the end of the day, those folk we fought, that creature we saw on the hill today, is a blight. Look, I know you said that, Lilith and Erson were trying to plan something, tactical advantage. Yes, I understand. But just imagine, and I want you to know that when I say that, I'm not trying to make you feel some sort of guilt or shame, but imagine if it wasn't some druids or warriors atop a hill. Imagine if it was him. Imagine if it was Zaharovich there. And the others were behind the front lines and you ran in like that. If there's one thing that none of us can afford to do with Von Zaharovich, is take him in a fair fight. I know it can be frustrating. I know it might feel like there's nothing that immediately comes to mind. And if you feel like that, then by all means, please talk with your friends. Lift your voice. Try to find ways that you can direct yourselves, that you can ensure that things go well for yourself. But when you run out there like that, you're not only doing harm to yourself, because you're worth more than that. You're also giving him the fights that he wants. And I'm sorry, this sounds cruel and callous, and I don't want you to distract yourself from the points. It's all of your friends think that you are worth something. You shouldn't be throwing away your life recklessly. But look, this is why I took up magic in the first place. It's why I learned spells that like remote viewing and seeing in darkness and vanishing from sight. It's because it's not about winning the fair fights. It's about never entering those in the first place. You know? Because all of them, all of you, it's about seeing the things that we need to do and doing them together. You know? Because if you're going to run into battle against, then yes, I'm going to be right behind you, and I'm sure that Ismark will be right behind you, and all the others will be backing you up as best as they can, but wouldn't it be so much better if we could make them run at us, and then you can take them on your terms?
I'm really trying not to ruin this moment, but I love the boy. Sorry. Kiva just, she nods. She definitely seems, as Esmeralda was explaining herself, has gotten less uncomfortable, I think, in her position. And she nods and yeah, that makes sense. I don't know. Learning to go into a fight and not expect that it is your last is something that I am not skilled in yet. I cannot promise that it will be an instant change, but I can promise that I'll try. And I thank you for talking to me and yeah, that's I guess all I can say.
We've been trying to get it to feel the same way, but you're much better with words than we is. So
Esmeralda looks kind of taken aback.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that private? I mean to pry.
Oh no, not by this, but by the sentiment that she's better with words.
Oh no, he's saying that to her.
Anthony, were you saying something?
And the sentiment is shared. As put it better than I could, but wholly and truly.
As you're a proper poet.
Well, I don't know if I'd say I'm a poet, but these things that comes down to sustainability, right? We've got to do tomorrow what we did today.
Yeah, I guess we do.
Yes, we do, and in order to do that, I'm going to need to go lay down. But she'll stand up and put a hand on Ez's shoulder, and then she's going to lean down and give Ez a kiss on the cheek and whisper to her that sometimes being reckless has an advantage, though. And then she's going to go upstairs.
As you do that, Esmeralda catches your wrist.
Okay.
Here, and she kind of excuses herself and stands up from the table. Do you mind if, yeah, and she kind of pulls you toward the kitchen, assuming you don't resist.
Yeah, she doesn't.
All right. The two of you are left there in the quiet kitchen while the quiet conversation continues in the tap room outside. Esmeralda sighs for a moment, looking out the windows at the darkening sky outside, and then turns toward you, meeting your gaze levelly. Kiva, look, you're a wonderful person, and once all this is over, I think I'm going to be ready to be a lot more reckless. But for now, and I want you to know this is just because right now I'm in my line of work. I can't afford to be reckless. When Zarovich is in the ground, then things change.
Look, I'm not saying we go out and go to the ruins of the church and get married, but look,
I know,
I
it's
like
just-
having you by my side in battle. I'm not asking for anything. You make me feel safe. It's a nice feeling. I'd like to keep it as long as possible. Even if for now it is as partners and friends.
She chuckles. That is one of the first times someone has told me that that makes him feel safe. Well, after Erschendir saw my Store of Alchemist's fire, I thought that nobody might ever sing it again. But more to the present. I'm honored and flattered, and truly I think that you are a fascinating person. And I would very much like to get to know you better at some point, I think. And I say this while not begrudging Amity and Erschendir at what they have between them.
Oh,
As
no.
we've seen in Kresk, there are some things that... Yes, there are some things that we can't afford right now. But later, I think we can have that discussion again, right? And she flashes you a small grin.
Hey, I am totally willing after I make sure that Strahd is put far, far, far underground.
She gives you a broader smile this time and holds out a hand. All right then. Kill vampires first, and then, well, be reckless later. Shall we shake on it?
Yeah, Kiva will shake on it and just give her, like, the sassiest smile. Man, I was nervous for a second that this conversation was going to have to happen twice. This is a much better one than the first time.
Lovely. Esmeralda gladly takes your hand and shakes it firmly. All right then. Well, we can let the folks outside gossip all they like, but regardless, I do hope you think about what we talked about at the table.
No, you're right. Especially now that we have, this weapon or whatever. I've got to make sure that we do this right and that we are smart. So, I will say though, this fight with this vampire, I'm still not convinced it's one we need to get into.
She looks thoughtful. That may be true, but on the other hand, what do we expect to find in Castle Ravenloft but many more of these vampires? It might be, especially if we can catch one of them unawares while it is hunting, it might be quite a useful training exercise for those of you who have not had an opportunity to face them up in combat before.
Do you think it's worth it to potentially let him know that we've got it?
Well, that depends. If we are planning on taking it tonight, then that is a strategic calculations that you and the others must make. If we are planning on delaying it to tomorrow, then from what I have seen, all of you are more than capable of taking on things that might have once dwarfed your capabilities, even in the absence of the weapon we've discussed.
All right. Well, I think we've sufficiently stayed in here long enough for them to imagine all sorts of terrible things. So,
Certainly.
yeah, after you.
Indeed. And the two of you step outside of the kitchen, and she makes her way back toward her seat at the table.
Erthrindir is smirking a little too wide.
Kiva just rolls her eyes.
Mitron does a cutting motion with both fingers, like scissors.
She just says, "We'll talk later."
Mm-hmm. Is she still sitting upstairs?
Yeah, she's gone after the scissoring motion.
Beautiful. All right. Well, with that, you're able to finish up your meals. Kind of tucking back after a fairly relaxing time at the tap room. Is there anything more you'd like to do at this time?
Erthrindir, as he watches Kiva go up, you see a shadow cross his face, and he stands. Right, I gotta be ready for tonight. Good night, y'all, or evening, whatever it is. Good luck with your shopping and your investigating, everything. I'm gonna go try and trance. Good luck.
Trance easy, dude.
Yeah, definitely. Until, he'll head upstairs. Do him and Kiva need to share a room, or is there enough space?
Yes, so the circumstances as they stand now, you have one room available to you.
Gotcha.
As well as the tap room if you'd like to make some space. Kiva, as you head upstairs, I presume Lillison would still be up there.
Yeah, by then Lillison will have folded up her letter and be in the middle of putting some sealing wax on it and pressing her signet ring into it.
Right, does Kiva see this when she enters?
Yes, Kiva would also see that Lillison has, washed up and everything, and is wearing Erthrindir's cloak that basically just I assume that Erthrindir is substantially taller.
Oh, yeah, it's way
than
too
Lillison.
big for her.
Yeah, so it's puddling around her feet.
Okay. Kiva enters the chamber, and it's not long after that Erthrindir arrives behind her.
Ooh, hold on. Oh, damn. Let me get the hems. Make sure you're not splashing in every puddle. And he kneels down to start hurriedly rolling out the edges of the cloak.
It's fine. It will be fine. Thank you.
No, it's alright. And then his eyes catch the letter. What's that? And you can tell that she looks very flustered. Actually, Erthrindir might see, if he's still fussing with the hems, that Lillison is wearing her good dress underneath it. He looks up, suddenly serious. Lillison, what's going on? This isn't a vampire hunting attire.
There was a reason I asked after the Baroness's sons. You understand?
I'd like to, but I'm afraid I don't.
Status. Power. Security. I don't particularly like either of her boys, but I will pretend that I do, if it means protection.
Oh, that much, yeah, I follow. You're being polite, but what does that have to do with this?
politeness is one thing. Look, I may have hinted to her before that the price for our help could include my marrying into her family.
He almost chokes. What? Lillison, you can't be. No. Like, he like sits down on the bed. Lillison, do you even... And then he kind of closes the door. I wasn't under the impression that was even something you were particularly interested in, frankly.
I'm not, but...
Like, in any sense.
It's not something that my personal interest has ever entered into.
Then you tell me you're not going out on a date. Please, God, do not tell me that...
I am not going out on a date. I am simply trying to make myself look like somebody that she might consider as a suitable member of her family, rather than just another blood-spattered mercenary.
Erthrindir wants to roll insight. That's an 8. I think I can physically not beat your modifier.
She's tough to read, you know, she seems to be all over the place tonight.
Look, Lillison. He kind of... You're not... This is absurd. Like, you have to realize that, right? She's not granting us any particular benefit, she's using us at the moment. And more to the point, I don't think she has terribly much power over us at the stage we're at. Like, I understand trying to do what you need to survive, but this is asinine. Like, don't do this to yourself. And seriously, please, this is silly. And you're better than silly.
I don't intend on going through with it. And even if I did, I have quite a good idea of exactly how long that would last, but... And she lowers her voice, very, very low. I need her to think that that is the sort of thing that I angle for.
He meets her eyes. Alright. It's your life. But please don't... Whatever it is you're up to, be safe, okay? He does not look like he entirely believes her, but also doesn't look like he really wants to press the issue.
Lillison stands up, nods, moves towards the door, and then pauses and looks back. And she says, I'm very glad that you have what you have with Amity.
He looks a bit surprised. Me too, but where's this coming from?
That sort of thing was never something that I considered, much less something that everybody should be able to partake in. My father would have arranged somebody for me to his benefit and the benefit of my house. When it became clear that that was not going to happen for reasons, there was once, when I was taken out of the tower I lived in to allow somebody to pay court to me anyway. I didn't understand it at the time, but after spending a lot of time in fairly close quarters with this person, after they died, after a few months, I understood better that I could be helpful in a different way, in a plausibly deniable way.
Erthrendir steps forward, his face kind of twisted between just shock and a deep anger. First off, thank you for trusting me with that. And second, believe it or not, I kind of get it. I mean, not entirely, but I know what it is to not even be an object of desire or want, but for it to be for other motives, other gains. It's not something anybody deserves, especially not you. I am so sorry that happened to you.
Lillison looks bewildered.
I'm sorry, I may have misread things. I may have been reading between lines that weren't there, but still, you deserve better than that. And once we get out of here, you know that you've got better options, and options that will not involve needing to marry off to some limp-wristed noble who doesn't know any better. Like, you know you don't need that. Once you're out of here, that doesn't need to be a thing, right? Or even a facsimile of a thing. You're powerful. You have means that he's breaking up, but like, you know that, right?
When we all get out of here, I expect I will be powerful, and that my family will know best how that power should be directed.
No, I think you will. I think it sounds to me like they've gotten to make a lot of choices for you. Some of them good, many of them good. I'm not insulting them. But it's sounding like you're at the point where it doesn't matter if they're good or bad, they're not your choices anymore.
I can't make good choices without good information.
Information, sure, but not... And you, of all people, understand that how and what information folks give is determined by what they want from you. And so the information you're going to get from these people, even if it's well meant, even if they love you, and I'm sure they do, is going to be that which serves what they want from you. Might not even be deliberate, but folks have a way of not knowing what they're keeping people from.
She looks at him for a long time, and then slowly nods.
trust me. You deserve so much better than that. Than to be, even unintentional, the pawn of, or the tool of someone who gets to make decisions for you. Did you ever tell me how old you are?
25.
Good age. I think for however 50, 100, I don't know how many years you get, I think the rest of those years get to be yours, don't you?
She swallows and looks down. I don't begrudge my family the way that I grew up. They were doing the best they could. Perhaps I will be able to choose better for myself, but it's not a certainty.
Bullshit. Sorry, Lillison, but no. It doesn't matter if they can choose better for you. Do you not get that? It doesn't matter if their decisions are better, or if they'd serve you better, if they'd serve the world better. They don't get that. They don't get your heart, or your mind, or your soul, or your soul. Their obligation, sure, I know that. There are things I would do for my family that I know I would never walk away from. But they're ones I've chosen. And if you never got to pick, then it doesn't matter if they have good objectives. It doesn't matter if, Lillison, it doesn't matter if you following their objectives cured cancer or, invented a new type of magic. It's not their choice. It doesn't get to be their choice.
Lillison is looking at Erthrindir with a, polite listening expression, but, also an expression that sort of gets across that these are entirely unfamiliar concepts to her.
Yep, he kind of realizes this and draws back a little. I'm sorry, you're going out to do your thing and I'm rambling. I'm sorry, I shouldn't keep you.
I'm sorry.
For what?
She just shakes her head and heads out.
For what?
For not knowing enough to know why you're saying all of this. Just glancing back over her shoulder in the doorway.
He smiles. Because I love you. Not the way you're pretending to love that whichever one you're going to meet, but I care about you, and I think that he swallows. Sometimes people who are very smart and very capable don't know how to see past the walls of what they've become accustomed to, because I know that damn well. And that's all. You don't gotta understand, and hell, you don't gotta take my advice. That's the damn point, after all. But it's because I want the best for you, and because I've once been the person who thinks that I've got a duty to the world and to the people in it that precludes anything I might want for myself.
When this is all over, I would love to have a very, very long debate about duty with you.
Oh, same. It's gonna be obnoxious, but in a fun way.
She smiles.
Well then, go meet the Bew, who I sincerely hope you're planting a dagger in the back of at some point.
I don't have to use a dagger. That's the whole point of.
He waves her on. Go. I ought to be sleeping. Sorry to keep you.
Get rested. Do you know where Ismark is?
Downstairs. Think he's in the tap room with Irina and the rest.
All right. I should check on him. He took quite a beating.
Good plan. Make sure he rests. Yeah. Earthrendir waves her off, and then settles down in the corner of one of the beds to try and trance.
Yeah, Lillison is going to head down and enter the tap room and look around for Ismark.
The table has cleared out somewhat. Some of the Mardukov seem to have gone up to their rooms. You see that Irina and Esmeralda have kind of filtered it away and are kind of speaking with Stefani in the corner. But Ismark is sitting at the table, just kind of chuckling quietly. It seems that he and Adrian and Erwin are engaged in a conversation.
Ismark, does Ismark look, reasonably healthy?
I mean, for his short rest, let me actually see how many hit points he
With
got
2
now.
extra D8.
Yep. Shit, how many hit dice do veterans get? A bunch.
He's a tough boy.
He's going to spend some more. He's looking pretty hale and hearty.
Awesome. Yeah, Lillison is going to walk up to Ismark and say, "May I speak to you for a moment?"
Looks up. Yes, of course. Is he all right, or?
She looks very bashful, and she kind of holds out the letter to him. It is sealed with a wax seal with the imprint of something that looks like partway between a snowflake and a star on it.
He blinks down at it. Is this for me, or?
No. Look, this sounds stupid, but after what happened earlier this morning, if for whatever reason I don't come back from whatever is happening tonight, would you give that to Earthrendir?
He looks down at it, and his eyebrows knitting, and then nods. Of course. I hope that won't be necessary. I mean, should I give it back to you when we get back here after whatever is happening tonight?
Yes, please. I very much hope and intend that everybody return all in one piece, but if it just so happens that doesn't happen, I don't want that to be the last conversation that we had.
He nods solemnly. Of course. He reaches out for the letter and takes it, and tucks it away in a pocket of his coat. Of course. I sincerely hope and believe that it won't be necessary, but I suppose given what seems to be, going on in town, that it won't be necessary. He offers you what he seems to think is a kind smile. Just kind of claps a hand on your shoulder and then kind of pulls it back when he remembers you don't like touching. Looking a bit sheepish, he says, "It won't be necessary. Don't worry about that. You all are incredibly capable, and we're not going to need anything like that. You hear? We're going to take these things out, and it's going to go fine, right?
She gives him a surprisingly genuine-looking smile and nods firmly. Yes, of course.
He chuckles. Right, I'll hold on to this in the meantime, but I'm sure that I won't need to do anything with it. And he just pats the pocket under his the left side of his chest and he gives you a nod.
Thank you so much. And then she's going to glance around and take a measuring look at how much light there is left and head out.
It is swiftly darkening. Amity and Metreon, I presume you guys are still in the tap room. You would see Lillison talking to Ismark and then heading toward the door.
Yeah, I'd say, given that we know we were going to wait like an hour, Metreon would have finished up his dinner and snuck away as much wine as he could. And he was actually going to start to head out towards the outside area where the steps go up to Lillison's room, right?
I mean, what are you're heading upstairs to the room where...
Well, no, he's going to wait in the, like, because the exit is out in the courtyard. It's not, like, in the tap room, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean, if you want to head upstairs, you have to head outside.
So, yeah, I'm just saying he's going to head outside. He's not going to go upstairs, but he is going to head outside.
Okay, so he's just going to kind of... Oh, he's waiting for Lillison outside?
Yeah.
Okay. Amity, what are you up to?
I mean, aren't we just taking a rest and then going to deal with vampires? Sorry, what would I be up to?
I think the idea is that y'all three were going to go investigate the coffin shop.
Millboy. I forgot we hadn't done that yet.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
we
so.
haven't
too.
talked to
Let's
another
go to
boy.
Millboy.
Yeah, talk to the groundskeeper if you wanted to. Or patrol, whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah, totes. I'm going.
But yes, you would see Metreon heading outside, and then Lillison going outside a few moments later.
Yeah, Amity falls to the mount. Are we going to Millboy?
I think that's the plan, right?
Do we have enough time to go there before darkness falls?
Well, won't we?
Well, actually, that's a good question. Yes, let's go.
Right,
I would say, given the time, it is very close to dusk.
Ah, okay. In that case, well, I would hate to have the situation where, while we are there talking to him, the creature emerges elsewhere in town.
All right. Well, I mean, we'll make double time. We head on over there, get as much as we can, and then we head back.
My thought is to take as many guards as we can convince to walk with us, and perhaps each of us take a portion of the town to patrol, make sure that people are inside, things like that.
You really trust the guards here, especially given the fact that they watches people.
It says much that even with her allegiances the way they are, Lady Wachter still cares enough about her people to want this threat taken care of, so I think that her guards will be inclined to cooperate with us.
Amity, do you feel like doing it?
As I said, I think the best thing we can do is to evacuate whatever people we can out of dangerous way, and then play like we're weaker than we are. If we get the guards involved, well, do you think that they will be able to... I guess I have no idea how, strong a vampire spawn is compared to someone with a sword.
I mean, what, Lilison, it was you, Randy, and Ismark against, what, 1, 2? Didn't even make a dent in it.
No, I think our priority for tonight should be making sure that citizens are off the street, inside houses where they'll be safe.
I agree.
And-
So anything the gods can do to help with that, and I mean, there's a lot more of them than us, so that's something they'll be good at.
And we'll be there primarily to back them up. And if we do catch a glimpse of whatever is doing this, then
Back them up, Lil. If the three of us are splitting up, then all we've got these stick wielding Vallakians. I don't feel good about that.
I don't mean back them up in a fight against the vampire. I mean,
Yeah, but if there is a fight, if it's just one of us again and a bunch of Vallakians, that's not going to be a fair fight. You saw what they did to all those. You saw what they did to the churchgoers, the prisoners.
what do you suggest?
I suggest we stay together. Listen, if we want to find this person, this thing, someone named Milivoy, it knows where, or at least knows something. They can give us more intel. Once we have more intel, then we can approach the situation more carefully.
I think that when we actually do engage this thing in a fight, it should be all of us. All of us five, and maybe Ismark. I don't think that we should be even thinking about tackling it tonight.
I don't think so either. That's why I'm saying we just go find Milivoy, we get the info, and we get back there. To the inn. We're not going to be able to take care of this tonight.
No. I'm saying that once we have this information, we should make sure that innocent Vallakians are off the streets. There should be no great danger in that. And if we split it up, the three of us, then we can get that done all the faster.
Metrion doesn't quite believe that she wants to split up the party for more noble reasons. I would like to do an insight check. That is a 10 on the insight. God damn it.
All right. Looking over her, she seems to be reasonably earnest in what she's saying.
Well, fine. If you feel good about it, I don't feel good about this though.
I think that it's okay to split up and just go tell the gods to institute a curfew. But
okay, so what happens then if we're walking around at night
walls?
and something gets us? How do we get in touch with each other?
I guess don't the guards patrol the walls? Don't they walk around? So if we just all go to one gate and tell them, let's institute a curfew, wouldn't they just walk around and tell everyone else?
Well, I think what Liv was saying was we take a pack of guards with us. Each of us has like a pack of guards, and we just, go through the neighborhoods, just telling people to stay indoors. Is that, am I right, Lil? I mean, this is your plan. You're the tactical genius here.
Yes, that's about the shape of it.
Well, then we go. I don't feel good about it, but if there's some kind of way we could stay in touch with each other, I feel a lot better about it.
I have the ability to send messages magically. We already know that some of these guards can outrun this thing. They could raise the general alarm if anything were to happen.
All we want tonight is just to get the guards on the streets telling people to stay inside. I guess I don't really care how we accomplish that. It should be fast either way.
I guess we do split more ground with each of us one-on-one. Not one-on-one, but just each of us split up. I hate the sound of that.
Hopefully, by the middle of the night, we will have gotten enough people off the streets that when Erthrindir and Kiva come to, all they'll have to do is take a quick amble through the town and make sure that there aren't any, I don't know, stragglers.
Well, we're almost at the church.
Wait,
So-
where are you headed? Were you all walking toward the church right now?
Of course we were. We're going to Milvosh.
Was Lillison heading there as well?
For now, yeah.
Okay.
So then we wait to talk to this kid in the daylight, and we just worry about tonight just sweeping the streets.
I think so, yes.
All right.
Wait, when we're talking to Milvoy now? I mean, why not?
That's what I thought too, but I mean, she makes a good point. You know, if we're safer in daylight, and if the whole goal is to prevent people from getting killed tonight, then might as well at least make sure people is off the streets tonight, and then we can worry about it tomorrow.
It's still daylight, right, Dragna?
It is getting very close to dusk. Like, it's this. I mean, the sun doesn't really set in Barovia, given that there's not really a sun, but it's gonna be actual night probably within the next 15 minutes or so.
How about I go see if Milvoy is still there, and I talk to him, and you split up, do the god thing.
Oh, okay, fine.
Makes a lot of sense. If after you speak to Milivoy, you want to perhaps take that western portion of town, I can take the eastern, and Metreon can take the north.
I'm not leaving your. God. Emily, I really don't feel comfortable you just going over there yourself. She's a grown woman, so if you want me to go with you, I'll come with you. If not, I guess I'll just do the other thing.
I see what you mean. I don't want to be suddenly attacked. I don't know. Just go with whoever. If you want to come with me and talk to Milvoy, sure.
Lil, you know we don't like this, but is you gonna be alright if you're just out there by yourself with the guard?
I'll be fine. I wasn't hurt at all earlier this morning, so.
Metreon sighs and slumps his shoulder a bit and begrudgingly starts to turn towards Amity. Well, we should crack on. It's getting dark.
Yeah, Amity knocks on the front doors of the church, seeing if Milvoy is there.
So you were not given directions to the church, you were given directions to a house. So is everyone going to Milivoy, or are you splitting up? Just trying to
Amity and I are going to Milivoy's house, and Lillison is going with the guard.
Yeah, Lillison is turning around and, waves goodbye. Heads eastward.
All right,
Metreon watches her for a bit, sees where she's going, but he'll turn back and head back with Amity.
So as Amity and Metreon continue their westward travel, the church soon coming into view and following the directions they were given by the guard to the home of the groundskeeper for the church, a bit close by. Lillison, you continue your walk eastward to the far side of town, leaving Metreon and Amity behind as they fall out of sight. You find yourself moving a bit quicker to keep up with the timeline you're expecting, as the darkness overhead grows and the twilight becomes dusk, becomes the fall of oncoming night. As you pass beyond the Blue Water Inn, kind of slinking through the darkness and continuing forward, passing the Northern Avenue, you see the streets are desolate, entirely empty. And it's not long at all before you reach a familiar point that you've been to once before. An old stockyard at the eastern side of town, just within the sight of the eastern gate. Beyond it, the impenetrable darkness of the Svalich woods, but as you turn into the stockyard, still on the other side, within the walls, you pass below the wooden sign above the front gate that reads Arasek Stockyard. I presume this is where you're headed?
Yes. She's going to pause for a moment and then glance around and look for the coffin maker's shop.
find it you do. The absence of the wagon that was here once before. But as you look toward the rear end of the darkened stockyard, you can see an uninviting shop, 2 stories tall, with a sign shaped like a coffin above the front door. You see that all of the window shutters are closed up tight, and a deathly silence surrounds the establishment. There are several windows, latticeworks of iron. The shutters themselves close tightly. A single door facing the front of the establishment. But you can see crates and coffins and wooden planks around the either side of the alleys that flank this uninviting establishment.
Lillison takes a deep breath, stands very still for a moment, walks up to the door, knocks 6 times, and says, "I come in Dostran's memory."
You listen for a moment, and then you hear the sound of hurried footsteps from within, as you see a face peering at you through the iron latticework fitted at the front door. And then you hear the clunking of wood, a wooden bar being removed and slid out of place, and then laid onto the ground with a thunk, and the door creaks open. A pale, terrified-looking man's face peering through. He's broad-shouldered of sorts, a bit thick around the middle, older certainly, a few preemptive spots along his forehead. His hair is a silver gray that's been slicked back with sweat and a bit of grease over the back of his head, and he has long mutton chops that continue down to a thick mustache and beard that fall down just to the top of the white necktie that vanishes below his brown workman's jacket and tunic. He glances around. "Hudson, come in, please."
She nods to him and steps inside.
He opens the door, allowing you to come through. It shuts behind you, and the darkness of Vallaki vanishes as he leads you into a new chamber, lit very dimly by small flickering candles. You see arranged haphazardly around the floor of this musty L-shaped room are 13 wooden coffins. But he doesn't stop here. He instead leads you to the left side of the room, past the coffins and to a trio of doors that lie against the walls. It's the leftmost door that he moves, opening the knob with a hand, and you look toward him and realize that his hand is trembling. His entire face pale, his eyes somewhat bloodshot. His breath seems quickened, and he nervously fiddles with the knob for a moment before clicking it open, then chuckling nervously in a way that carries no amusement at all. He leads you forward into a new chamber. You can see a table with 4 chairs is in one corner of this room, with a lantern hanging from a chain directly above. 2 well-made cabinets stand against the east wall. He gives a somewhat awkward shrug toward the table in what you recognize as meant to be somewhat inviting. "Hudson, if you would have a seat, please. He will be busy shortly, yes?"
Yes, thank you very much.
He nods, still trembling a bit, and steps away from the table after pulling a chair out for you, and then exits the room back into the main room, leaving the door halfway ajar behind him. You wait for a few moments in the interior of the shop. And then, as you hear overhead a new sound, your eyes perk, your ears perk up, and you feel yourself drawn to attention as you hear the sound of what sounds like burning flames overhead. And glancing up, you can swear that you see a strange burst of light overhead. It's difficult to tell at first through the floorboards, but from what you can tell, there seems to be a sudden blaze of sickly emerald light that then vanishes, followed by footsteps, heavier footsteps that you can hear descending from outside the chamber you're in. You hear them approaching, continuing on, and then the door slowly opens, revealing beyond it, filling the entirety of the doorway, a tall, foreboding, familiar figure with a dark black cloak that stretches down over his shoulders, down toward his knees, a rich blood-red tunic and a scarlet gem that sits as a clasp around the cloak around his neck. The perfect, immaculate, dark widow's peak pulled up finely over the top of his scalp, and the two very slightly pointed ears that are illuminated by the flickering light of the lantern. He steps into the room, looking down at you, his red eyes glinting in the lantern light. Strahd von Zarevich smiles. Good evening. A pleasure to see you this evening.
Lillison rises, her, borrowed cloak open just enough. She takes aside the skirts of her fanciest dress, curtsies impeccably, and says, Lord von Zarevich, I am honored. It is a pleasure to speak with you privately at last.
And as he smiles in return at that and opens his mouth to reply, that is, we will end it for tonight's session.
It's really mean that we have to wait a week to
2 weeks.
2 weeks. Yeah,
2
that's what I meant.
weeks.
2 weeks to know how much pleasure Lillison is going to get out of this discussion.
Oh God. We have to wait so long.
I knew it was coming, but it still didn't make it feel any better.
Not particularly. At least you'll be waiting with us, loyal audience. Bless you.
Lovely. Well, if nothing else, we'll have a few fun balls in the air to juggle next time. I almost said next week, not quite. But yes, thank you all for joining us today. We will see you not next Saturday, May 1st, but we will be back on May 8th, so 2 weeks from now, to pick back up where we left off. So we will see you all back in the mists then. Until then, do take care to remember that trust can be a double-edged sword. And take care, everyone.